Good afternoon and welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly. This being the 5th day of August 2020. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The broadcast is available on Bunge TV on Signet as well as the YouTube channel for the Parliament of Kenya. My name is Edward Kabasa. We'll take a look at the order of business this afternoon. But before we go into that, earlier in the morning, the senators did consider the parliamentary pensions. The MPs, beg your pardon, the MPs did consider the parliamentary pensions amendment, where in the committee of the whole house they did pass it, and the committee did report to the whole house, and thereafter a question was put, and the parliamentary pensions amendment bill was read for the third time. The principal object of this bill is to amend the Parliamentary Pensions Act Cap 196, and it proposes to raise the amount of pension due to former members of parliament who served between 1st July 1984 and 1st January of 2001 to a minimum sum of Kenya shillings 100,000. This is in light of the fact that despite serving the nation, some former members of parliament are languishing in poverty, and there is need to take care of their welfare. These changes are in line with the recommendation of the Akiwumi Tribunal, which was appointed in January 2009 by the Parliamentary Service Commission to review the terms and conditions of service of the members and employees of Parliament. The tribunal submitted its report on November 12, 2009, in which one of its recommendations was that the 500 former members of Parliament, whose number is currently about 370, be paid the equivalent of $1,000 each as living pension with effect from 1st July 2010. The Parliamentary Service Commission adopted the report in June 2010 and resolved that any of the said former members of Parliament earning a monthly pension of less than 100,000 shillings should be paid a monthly pension of 100,000 shillings. That particular bill was passed by the National Assembly this morning. And this afternoon, the members of the National Assembly will be debating another parliamentary pensions amendment bill. This time round, this bill seeks to amend the Parliamentary Pensions Act Cap 196 to bring into conformity with the provisions of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and provide for the Act to apply to members of both houses of Parliament. The bill further seeks to bring Cap 196 into conformity with the directions of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission as regards the retirement benefit due to members of Parliament. The Salaries and Remuneration Commission is established under Article 230 of the Constitution and is empowered under Article 230, subsection 4, to set and regulate, regularly review the remuneration and benefits of all state officers. The bill has a number of clauses. There is clause 1, which of course is the short title. There is clause 2, which seeks to amend section 2 of the Act to conform to the Constitution that provides for Parliament, which consists of the National Assembly and the Senate. Clause 3 of the bill seeks to amend various definitions in Section 3 of the Principal Act in line with the Constitution that provides the definition of child, which means a person under the age of 18 years. It also seeks to provide for the definition of Member of Parliament to mean both members of the National Assembly and the Senate. Other clauses include Clause 4, Clause 5, Clause 6, Clause 7, and 8. Clause 15 as well is there, which seeks to amend Section 20 of the Principal Act by deleting subsection 2 and replacing it with the new subsection to provide for a tribunal that is representative of both houses of parliament, and further for the funds for the administration and the provisions of the act to be sourced from the Parliamentary Service Commission. That is the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill of 2019. This bill is courtesy of the Honourable Member Andrew Mwadime. Also in the order of business this afternoon, the questions. This is pursuant to Standing Order 42A, subsection 5, where the member for Loima constituency, Honorable Jeremiah Ekamais, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning a number of questions. The member for Tigania West constituency, Honorable Dr. John Kinyuithia Mutunga, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works a number of questions as well. These questions will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport. The member for Kisii County, Honorable Janet Ongera, will also ask the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and Coordination of National Government a couple of questions. If you're just joining us, we are preparing for the sitting of the National Assembly this afternoon, and on your screen is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Chiboi. My name is Edward Kabasa. I will now hand you over for this live broadcast of the National Assembly, where the members of the National Assembly will be debating, among others, the Parliamentary Pension Amendment number 3 Bill of 2019. Good afternoon.
Let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled. Grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Yes, we have the required quorum, so business will begin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Just a minute. Honorable members, I have a communication to make. Regarding proposals to amend sections of the Civil Procedure Act. Just a minute, honorable members, let me confirm something. So, honorable members, I will start with a message from the Senate. Regarding the passage of the County Tourism Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2019, the Care Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2019, and the Independent Electoral Boundaries and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 of the National Assembly. Honorable members, pursuant to provisions of Standing Orders 41, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Senate regarding decisions on the following bills. 1, the County Tourism Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2019. 2, Care and Protection of Child Parents Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2019, and the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019. Honorable members, the first message is in respect of the passage of the County Tourism Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2019 by Senate on July 23rd, 2020. The bill, which was published via Kenya Gazette supplement number 50 of 15th April 2019, seeks to provide inter alia the development, management, marketing, and promotion of local tourism by county governments and regulations of sustainable local tourism and related activities and services. Honorable members, the second message relates to the care and protection of child parents Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2019. The bill was published via the Kenya Gazette supplement number 81 of 11th June 2019 to, among other things, in quotes, provide for a framework for care and protection of child parents within the counties and to provide a framework through which an expectant child or child parent may actualize their right to basic education and care of their children. Honorable members, the third and the last relates to the passage of Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019. You will recall that this was passed by the National Assembly on the 19th September 2019 and sought to, inter alia, establish a selection panel to oversee the filling of vacant positions in the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. The Senate has proposed an amendment to Clause 2 of the bill to, among other things, reduce the composition of the selection panel from the proposed 11 to 7 members, and to further provide for the qualification of a member to the selection panel. Honorable members, the message conveys in part that the Senate considers and pass the said bill with amendments on Thursday, 23rd July 2020, and now seeks the concurrence of the National Assembly in accordance with provisions of Article 112(1)(b) of the Constitution. Honorable members, Standing Orders 143(1)(a) requires the Speaker to cause a bill received from the Senate to be read a first time upon conveyance of its message. Accordingly, I direct that the County Tourism Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2019, and the Care Protection of Child Bill, Senate Bill number 11 of 2019, be scheduled for a first reading during the next sitting of the House. Further, paragraph 2 of the Standing Order 143 provides, in quotes, following the first reading, the Speaker shall on reasonable tongue pronounce his or her opinion as contemplated under Article 114(2) of the Constitution. Honorable members, the opinion contemplated under Standing Orders 143(2) is a pronouncement by the Speaker on whether a bill originating from the Senate is a money bill in terms of Article 114 of the Constitution. In this regards, I direct that the first reading of the two bills be referred to the Parliamentary Budget Office to offer the Speaker advice and visit under Standing Order 143(2). Thereafter, I shall guide the House accordingly on how to proceed with the consideration of the two bills. Honorable members, with regards to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2019, I direct the clerk to circulate the amendments to all members in accordance with the Standing Order 145. Further, the Senate amendments on the bill are hereby committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. The committee is expected to submit its report before the amendments are considered by the House. For the avoidance of doubt, this House is reminded that the National Assembly will only consider amendments made by the Senate to the bill and not any other part of the bill. I thank you.
Order number 4, petitions.
Order. Can take your leave, Honorable Hassan. You either take a seat or proceed. Order, honorable members. Order. 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 I gave you sufficient time to organize yourself, honorable members. Honorable members, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. I therefore wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from Mr. Ephantas Nyaga, Francis Nyaga Njeru, Elias Ireri, and Isaiah Njiru Njeru of P.O. Box 56 Runyenjes, calling for the amendments to Section 2 of the Civil Procedure Act and Section 3 of the Law of Succession Act to allow a court to, within 6 months, appoint an administrator or legal representatives where a party to suit is deceased. In their petition, honorable members, the petitioners argue that the current legal framework does not permit a person or a party to represent the estate of a deceased person unless he or she has received a grant of letters of administration whose timelines is currently not specified. The petitioners aver that this situation stalls the progress on property disputes before courts following demise of the owner or administrator of an estate who is party to the case. Consequently, civil cases involving deceased persons, property drag in court perpetually after the sued or the suing party fails to replace the deceased as a legal administrator or fail to pursue legal remedy in the appointment of an administrator. Further, honorable members, the petitioners reveal that they are themselves victims of the aforementioned laws and are additionally aware of numerous families that are affected by the said legal bottlenecks. It is on this premise, honorable members, that the petitioners are seeking intervention of this August House in amending the Civil Procedure Act and the Law of Succession Act to allow the court to, within 6 months, appoint an administrator or legal representative where a party to a suit is deceased. Honorable members, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 227, this petition therefore stands committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. The committee is requested to consider the petition and report its finding to the House and to the petitioners in accordance with Standing Orders 2272. I thank you.
Order number 5, papers.
Leader of Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, August the 5th, 2020, in the afternoon sitting. Number 1, legal notice number 111 of 2020 relating to the tax procedures, tax agents regulations, 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Number 2, legal notice number 112 of 2020 relating to the tax procedures and assembled motorcycles, regulations 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Legal notice number 113 of 2020 relating to the excise duty regulations, 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Number 4, legal notice number 115 of 2020 relating to the retirement benefits, forms and fees, amendment, regulations 2020 and explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Legal notice number 118 of 2020 relating to the crops, that's horticultural crops, regulations 2020 and the explanatory memorandum from the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries and Cooperatives. Number 6, legal notice 120 of 2020 relating to the crops, fiber crops, regulations 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the Minister of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives. Number 7, the legal notice number 123 of 2020 relating to the tax procedures, settlement of tax disputes out of court or tribunal, regulations 2020, and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. Number 8, legal notice number 124 of 2020 relating to the Petroleum Development Levy Order 2020 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. And lastly, number 9, the annual report and financial statements of the Kenya Bankers Association for the year ended 31st of December 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Now we go to the Chairperson Committee on Implementation. You had a paper to lay, Honorable Kenta. Okay. Now, but I can't see you. Can you press the intervention slot? Oh, yes, I see you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, August 5th, 2020. Report on the petition to reconsider House resolution regarding implementation status of the report on the crisis facing the sugar industry in Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Then we go to the next order. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
On this, we have both. So we'll start first with questions. And to start us off this afternoon, we'll start with a question by private notice by the member for Mavoko. Member for Mavoko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to ask question number 17 of 2020 to the...
I thought it was a question by private notice?
Yeah, it's a question by private notice.
Okay, proceed.
Could the Cabinet Secretary provide how many negative pressure intensive care unit ICU beds there are in the country, and specifically confirm whether there are any such facilities in county hospitals other than Kenyatta National Hospital? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the number of medical personnel and other patients who have been infected with COVID-19 due to lack of the negative pressure ICU beds? Number 3, could the Cabinet Secretary further provide details on whether all hospitals have proper oxygen regulators to support the available ventilators? And in particular, explain whether majority of deaths as a result of COVID-19 are caused by lack of oxygen regulation. Mr. Speaker, maybe to explain to you.
No, you will not do that now. I'll give you an opportunity to explain to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand guided. Thank you.
Now, that one is referred, of course, to the Departmental Committee on Health, and since it is a matter that is urgent, they should respond in very due time. Yeah, then you'll have your opportunity, Honorable Member for Mavoko, to canvass all those issues that you have and the explanations. So we go now to the ordinary questions. Member for Loima, Honorable Jeremiah Ekamais Lomorukai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask question number 81 of 2020 to be directed to the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and National Planning. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain, that's question 1, explain the method used by the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics in Turkana County and specifically Loima constituency during the 2019 National Population and Housing Census exercise, which recorded a 12% drop in the population from the population recorded during the 2019 census, despite the area having
2009. 2009.
I think it was an error.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Recorded during the 2019 census, despite the area having a recorded fertility rate of 6.9% and a growth rate of 3.3.
I really want you to be clear on this, Honorable Ekamais.
Yes.
Because reading, it is explaining the reason why the population recorded dropped in with regards to the population recorded in 2009. Remember, there was
yes, census in
the
2009.
census of 2009 and then the one of 2019.
Thank you, Speaker, for that correction. I think recorded during the 2019 census, despite the area having a recorded fertility rate of 6.9% and a growth rate of 3.35% on average, which is higher than the national average of 5.9% and 2.9% respectively. Number 2, explain why the pre-census projection for the population of Loima constituency indicated a population of 151,935 in 2016, 157,340 in 2017, and 162,807 in 2018, with the population catchment projections estimating 32,334 households, with an average household size of 5.9, translating into a population projection of 190,770.6, only for the 2019 population and housing census to record a 12% reduction. Number 3, provide the formula used in data collection and the methods applied in the reporting, storage, analysis, and data smoothing for the enumeration results of Loima constituency, and also avail the raw data as captured by the enumerators. Number 4, further explain why the cross-border population of approximately 9,000 persons was not factored. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, indicate when the post-census analysis for Loima constituency would be conducted so as to ascertain the actual population of the area, considering it is a key component for planning and resource allocation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That was indeed a long one. This will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. And let me reiterate that the question will be responded to as is in the order paper, in order to take care of the 209-2019 that you indicated. So next is the member for Tigania West, Honorable Dr. Kunyithia Mutunga. John. Seems not to be in. Let me assume that he's in the holding areas. So let's proceed to the next one. Was to have been asked by Honorable Janet Ongera. It has been deferred upon her request to the next sitting. Next is the member for Kirinyaga, Honorable Kirinyaga Central, the Honorable John Munene Wambugu. 49. But let's have your, is it that you do not have a card? Because I can't see your name here. I'm trying to trace 49 in the meantime, but if you can press the intervention slot, if you have a card, it would be much easier. I can't be able to, let me see. Did you say it's 49? Doesn't seem to, can't see any 49 there. You may have to come to the dispatch box, but it is wrong for you to come to the dispatch box when you have, as I organize to make sure, just let me give the other member, then I organize to see how to trace you there. So we'll proceed to the member for Nakuru Town West in the meantime, as we try and locate your seat. Told Honorable Mutunga is in, so Honorable Mutunga can ask his question, and we shall trace that particular. Oh yes, I see even your seat is now showing. So Honorable Mutunga, if you are in, where? So as you log in, Honorable Munene, proceed and ask yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is 149 of 2020. It is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. 1. Could the Ministry explain why axle road limits are continuously being violated by heavy goods vehicles in the country? 2. What measures has the Ministry put in place to ensure that heavy goods vehicles comply with axle road limit when using low-volume sealed drones? 3. What rules and regulations or proposals, if any, are underway to provide ways and measures to regulate the frequency and rate at which heavy goods vehicles use low sealed volume drones in the country, and in particular in Kirinyaga Central constituency? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So that one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, and Housing. So now let's have Mutunga, you will ask your question. And as you do, the rest of the members should know, because I know some members are in the holding areas. That's Honorable Samuel Arama, member for Nakuru Town East, will be asking the next one, and the member for Rabai, Honorable Kamote Mwamkale. So wherever they are, they should move closest to the chamber.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why there have been inordinate delays in the construction of the Miathene-Mikindori Road in Tigania West constituency? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary consider either ensuring waiver of the payment of 1,200,000 shillings fees levied to the Kenya Rural Roads Authority by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry as compensation for the forest resources to enable the contractor continue with the construction of the road? Number 3, when will the minister allocate funds to ensure that the 2 kilometers road left out in between the 2 tarmac sections of the road is constructed? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, that one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works, and Housing. Right? No. Yes, that one will be before Departmental the Committee on Transport, Public Works, and Housing. So is Honorable Arama in? Yes. The member for Nakuru Town West.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My question is directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Environment and Forestry. Honorable Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain the cause of the rising water levels of Lake Nakuru, thereby flooding 2 estates, namely Mwariki Baruti and Muungano Wanavijiji in the Nakuru Town West constituency, next to Lake Nakuru National Park during the month of July 2020. 2, could the Cabinet Secretary consider compensating individuals and the families of the persons who have lost their lives, domestic livestock, and properties as a result of the said floods of water from the Nakuru National Park? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary
stating whether residents whose land, plots, and houses have been flooded by the water from Lake Nakuru should be allowed to fish, and if so, what steps is the Cabinet Secretary taking to stop the harassment and arrests of the said residents by game wardens and the police as they practice the said fishing, commonly referred to as house fishing? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. So lastly is the member for Rabai. He doesn't seem to be in. So that question will be deferred to the next sitting. Now we go to statements. In this particular one, we will start with Honorable Hassan Omar Mohamed Maalim, member for Mandera East.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, regarding the presence of foreign soldiers in Barwago location, Mandera East constituency. Honorable Speaker, residents of Mandera have been living in fear as a result of the presence of foreign armed soldiers who crossed the border into Kenya from Bulahawa in Somalia and settled in Barwaga location, Mandera East constituency. The said soldiers are allegedly there to provide security to the minister in charge of security from the Jubaland regional government in Somalia. As a result of their presence, the crime rate and insecurity has tremendously risen, including rape cases. Mr. Speaker, the soldiers are now engaging in illegal trade of sale of weapons in the local community. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek for a statement from the Chairman, Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, the Chairperson should address the following. 1. Under what circumstance did the Minister in charge of security from the Jubaland regional government in Somalia cross over with over 200 armed soldiers from Bulahawa in Somalia and settle in Barwaga location in Mandera East constituency? 2. Under which legal framework were these foreign soldiers allowed into and even settled in Kenyan territory? 3. What is the role of Kenya Defense Forces, KDF, in regard to the presence and protection of the said minister and his soldiers within Kenya territory? And 4. What actions is the government taking to address security challenges presented by the presence of these foreign forces to the local residents and the country at large, noting that other security arms of government in the country have been rendered incapable to handle this matter, which is seen to be under KDF? 5. When is the said minister and his soldiers expected to leave the Kenya territory? And 6. What steps is the government taking to ensure security and end incidents of crime in Mandera East constituency caused by the presence of the said foreign forces? Mr. Speaker, I thank you and request this committee to go out to Mandera and see the reality for themselves and the sufferings the people of Mandera are facing. Thank you.
The relevant committee to handle that, but I wish I would see, is the chairman, Defense and Foreign Relations Committee in? So that one, the leader of majority will follow it and see that it is responded to in due time. Okay, then we go to the next one this is a response to a statement by the Committee on Implementation to a statement requested by Yusuf Hassan. In fact, Honorable Hassan had made a request, which I think now can be, what is it, Honorable Hassan? Because this is supposed to be a response to your statement. Just to confirm something, Honorable Hassan, Honorable Kenta is in the House, Do you have a statement that you want to respond in this particular one, or no? You don't. You do. You do. So, Hassan, Honorable Hassan, what is the issue now? Because I wanted to give him an opportunity to respond. You have not. Can you press the intervention slot so that I can I locate?
It doesn't
yes,
work. It does. Huh?
Yes, you are. Proceed now.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had requested this statement on the 16th of June on the importation, on the ban on the importation of mitumba, and I had not received any response on that particular statement. Nor have I been informed by the Committee on Implementation about whether any action had been taken in that regard.
But that's that's what we are trying to get now, because from what I have, it is that Honorable Kenta, the Chairman, Implementation, wishes to proceed and respond to your statement, which is okay. Why don't we listen to the Chairman? Then you will raise your issues. Honorable Kenta.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to first of all put on record that I'd actually reached out to my colleague and spoke to him over the phone. So it cannot be that the committee has not responded somehow. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, on Tuesday, 16th June 2020, Honorable Yusuf Hassan MP sought a statement regarding the banning of importation of second-hand clothes, mitumba, from the chairperson of the Select Committee on Implementation. Honorable Speaker, the request for a statement was occasioned by a statement made by the Cabinet Secretary for Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development on 24th March 2020, banning importation of second-hand clothes owing to the outbreak of the global corona pandemic. Honorable Speaker, the member alleged that the Cabinet Secretary issued the statement amid proposal by the private sector that the Ministry develops modalities on sustenance and transformation of the apparels and textiles industries with the aim of activating the cotton value chain. Honorable Speaker, the member contended that the action by the CS was in contravention of an assurance given by the CS to the committee on appointment during her vetting for the position of Cabinet Secretary. 5, during the vetting on Thursday, 20th February 2020, the then CS nominee undertook to support small and medium-sized enterprises. Honorable Speaker, it is noteworthy that the assurance utterances by the then nominee for the position of CS Industrialization, Trade and Enterprise Development, and now holder of the state office, was made in a personal capacity and as a nominee for the position of CS, and prior to her appointment to the position of Cabinet Secretary. As such, it is not tenable for the committee to exercise its oversight representative mandate under Standing Order 209 of the National Assembly Standing Orders on account of an utterance made by a nominee during vetting and most importantly, prior to the appointment to the office. Honorable Speaker, as I've said, I've reached out to the member on this matter and advised him accordingly that our committee can only implement assurances or undertakings by an executive or a member of the executive, not a nominee, because by the time this assurance was taken or given, the said Cabinet Secretary was not a Cabinet Secretary then. So it is, and I advised the member that the departmental committee concerned would be the most appropriate committee to deal with this matter, because we cannot implement an assurance by somebody, an outsider, who was not, as by then, a Cabinet Secretary. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So we will start with the member who requested the statement. Now let's hear from you, Honorable Hassan. Do you have any issues that you want clarified? It's because Honorable Yusuf did not come with a card.
I have my card.
You have a card, so what is the issue?
It's the system doesn't work. Can I go to
No, it is, you are now okay with the system.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, I had a personal communication with the chairman of the Committee on Implementation. He had actually expressed those concerns, but on the last meeting that we had...
But Honorable Hassan, you just said that on record, that he did not communicate with you at all.
No, I said I had not had a response to my request for a statement. I was going to explain when you said we should listen to him.
Yes.
So I have had a communication with him, but in the last meeting that I had with him, he had said that he had explained to me that because of what he had just said, that he wasn't able to request the minister, the cabinet secretary, to come to the House. But nevertheless, he was going to do that in order to raise that issue with the committee, and that they were going to do it on the 28th of June. That was the last communication, 28th of July. That is the last communication I had from the committee. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this particular request has already been overtaken by events. That on the 6th of July, His Excellency the President gave directives to unban the importations of mitumba. And he instructed the Minister of Trade and the Minister for Health to establish protocols for the resumption of the importation and the sale of second-hand clothes. At the same time, in a letter to the Mitumba Association of Kenya on the 2nd of July, the Cabinet Secretary for Health declared that there was no medical evidence to support the claim that mitumba posed a related health risk to the general public. The letter was also copied to the Cabinet Secretary of Trade and Industrialization. To date, the Cabinet Secretary for Trade and Industrialization has not taken any action to restart the importation of mitumba, nor has she had or any of her offices met with the key stakeholders of this important trade sector to discuss and agree on the modalities of the resumption of the importations. As you are aware, this trade provides an economic lifeline to millions of Kenyans. It also generates millions of shillings in tax revenue for the government. Already, the ban has pushed many Kenyans to the margins of unemployment and poverty. Even when the ministry gives the go-ahead, it will take a minimum of 8 to 10 weeks to bring in and clear the first consignment. I would have thought that in these challenging times, a trade so crucial to our economy would be given the urgency and the importance it deserves. So, Mr. Deputy Chairman, what I'm asking for is for an action on the part of the Ministry of Trade. I'm greatly concerned about this long and unnecessary delay.
That's actually what I was waiting for, Honorable Hassan. Now, you see, what the statement you sought was from the implementation committee on whether, and I'm trying to grapple and see what actually the request was. Because you know the implementation committee, of course, would ordinarily deal with things that the House has passed, and therefore are trying to see whether they have been implemented or not. Now, what you are raising is something that should go to the Committee on Trade.
Let me clarify, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Yes.
The request that this particular
Yes. Now, yes, I'll give a few other members, but I really wanted that small clarification, and then I can give 2-3 members, and then we can dispense with the matter. So can we get, Yusuf, I'm trying to get your card, and somehow I am not able to all the time. So proceed now, you have it.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me clarify. I had raised this issue with the Speaker, and after we looked at the history of how quickly the Cabinet Secretary for Trade had actually told us, both the Speaker and myself were in the Appointments Committee, you are in the Appointments Committee. This issue of mitumba was raised by the members of Parliament. A concern was raised about it, and she had actually pledged in her presentation that she would defend the mitumba trade like every other trade in this country. And on the advice of the Speaker suggested that this question should be taken to the Committee on Implementation. And I accepted it, and I presented it to the Committee of Implementation. Now, I would have expected that that advice from the committee would have come much earlier, because millions of Kenyans are out of jobs because of this particular ban.
Okay, I hear you now.
Yes, it is affecting our economy.
Let me give a few other members, because what is happening now, the emotions are getting the better of you, Honorable Hassan, for a very good reason. I mean, the largest Mitumba trading area in the Republic obviously is in your constituency. And it is acceptable that a member would really be fighting for his or her constituents. So I really wanted to get other members to seek clarifications. And we'll start with Honorable Wandai, and then give a few other members who want to seek clarification, and then we proceed.
Mr. Speaker, just to pick up from where the Honorable Member for Kamkunji has left, it's not really a matter of where the question went to the Committee on Implementation or whoever. The issue is, why is all this lethargy in the Cabinet and the Executive for that matter? Do they have to wait for the President to give an edict that now you can unban the Mitumba importation for them to be seen to be acting? I would have expected, Mr. Speaker, that since COVID pandemic was declared sometime in March, about 5 months ago, that these cabinet secretaries and principal secretaries would have been putting in place measures, contingency measures, to enable the economy to reopen, without waiting to be prodded by the Parliament or by the President. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious matter. And doesn't just concern the Mitumba sector. It concerns almost every other sector, Mr. Speaker. We would want to be assured that the executive, from wherever they are sitting, they are taking measures to allow the economy to open in all sectors, including education, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we are being told that the schools are reopening in January. We are fearing that once January comes, we shall be told, because the numbers are spiking of COVID-19, let us push it to April. And in the meantime, nothing is being done to prepare the country for reopening. Mr. Speaker, this is a problem that is cutting across the executive. And something needs to be done. In fact, I want to suggest the President to crack the whip on these lazy cabinet secretaries, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Andai, you know what you are beginning to do, like I think Honorable Hassan also did, is beginning to, make a clarification to whom it may concern. Generally, that is, you are no longer actually seeking specific clarifications from Honorable Kenta. You are sending it out there to anybody who can listen to, which makes me very uncomfortable, because I would rather, when we are doing things in a systematic manner, that we are able to seek clarifications from the chairperson implementation committee, and then we would see what he has to say. But you've just made your point, like Honorable Hassan has. So let's go to Honorable Pukose. I'll give a few members on this one, because I can see it is very...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The issue raised by Honorable Hassan is a very pertinent issue. And I would want, Chair, that, Speaker, that you really redirect this question to the proper committee, so that this is a matter that should be able to be handled, because it's a multi-billion trade that many Kenyans' livelihoods are dependent on it. Honorable Speaker, as you seek it, I think it should be directed to the Committee on Trade, so that the Chair on Trade, as he responds to the issues raised by Honorable Hassan, I would want him to be able to, now that the President gave an order on 6th of June, that we should have protocols on importation of Mitumba into the country. What has the Cabinet Secretary for both Health and Trade done to put in place, whether those measures are already operating in place? And I would even go further, Honorable Speaker, that in the daily briefs by the Cabinet Secretary for Health, it should be able to include what other measures are being done in the various departments that are assisting this country to be able to move forward, especially as we seek to open. It should not just be giving us numbers on a daily basis. It becomes like it's a weather forecast. It's becoming tiresome. Even nobody wants to listen to what they are doing. So I think they need to be able to become innovative and think outside the box on what else measures are being put out to be able to assist Kenyans to get back to their normal life.
Okay. Honorable Baya,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I want to say this.
Now, honorable members, let us... Now I am wondering if...
Okay, all right. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. I want to say this. I agree with what...
just to make it easier for you, Honorable, yeah.
Yes.
You know, once someone is seated in this chair,
yes,
they take charge of this chair fully. Now,
Honorable
the titles, we will allow them outside the chamber.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
I want to say...
Because otherwise you will find it difficult to address other members who would ordinarily sit here.
Okay. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with what my chairman, Ole Kenta, said, because I sit in the implementation committee. But I also want to say this regarding the Mitumba trade. The Mitumba traders in this country are the most suffering people during this COVID-19. Why? Because protocols have not been developed for not only importation, but also for sale. Where I come from, in Kilifi, we have nomadic Mitumba traders who have been stopped from selling their Mitumba. And yet we know that this is one of the businesses that caters for so many people in this country. So as we tell the Minister for Trade, the CS for Trade, we need this protocol so these people, they cannot pay rent, they cannot buy food, they cannot do anything. Why? Because they have stock of Mitumba in their houses, which they imported before, they cannot sell.
Okay.
So, Honorable Speaker, what we'd like to do is to urge the Trade Minister to liaise with the CS for Health as soon as possible. We have counties given instructions on how to handle Mitumba traders so that they can do their business.
Okay.
People are suffering, people are not without food.
Honorable Nominee 001.
Thank you.
Honorable Sanko.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and you stole from my mouth because I wanted actually to inform Honorable Hassan that once you are seated in that chair, you become the Speaker, Honorable Speaker. You are the Speaker, Honorable Speaker. And I wanted to honor Yusuf. Yeah, Yusuf. And even Mbaya, yeah. You know, it was Yusuf who started and then Honorable Mbaya followed. So, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to comment on the statement from the Honorable Member from Mandara. Honorable Speaker, we have to ask the government if it is really serious on protecting our territory.
Now that one is going to be, because you see, he was making a request for a statement. Now, Honorable Yusuf was being responded to. That's why I've given an
Honorable Speaker, lastly.
So, I know always you will not miss something to say about anything.
Lastly, on
say
Mutumba,
something about this one.
On Mutumba, Honorable Speaker,
yes.
redirect this question to the right and relevant committee, that is the Committee of Trade. But let us be serious because thousands of Kenyans are suffering. And if they are suffering, we cannot accept that it cannot be responded by this ministry, it cannot be followed. The work of this House is to protect Kenyans. We have to protect the Mitumba multi-billion industry. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Okay, so honorable members, I think I've heard from what the members have said, and Honorable Kenta, maybe we'll hear something from you and then see whether we are satisfied that something has been done, or whether we redirect to another committee. Because I'm trying to grapple whether an executive order, as a House, we would want to seek implementation at this stage, or we go to the committee that is relevant to it. Honorable Kenta, you have the floor. The difficulty that we're having here is that the intervention area is only 6 members' cards that can be
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. In fact, I think the members have actually said it. This was actually, the question was wrongly put before our committee, and we regret that. And I thought that once I let the member know, the position will move to the right committee. But in fact, we had suggested that it goes to the Committee on Trade.
But then you should have, if you really felt that that is not something that should have come to our committee, you should have raised it at that point.
So Honorable Speaker, I think we'll be ready once the Committee on Trade decides, then we'll be able to implement. But as of now, it will not be possible, it will be illegal for us to do so. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think fairly straightforward now. I think this question should be redirected now in view of the new circumstances. In view of the new circumstances. Initially, it was perfect that it came to your committee, but now in view of the new circumstances, including the executive order to allow part of importations, I think it should go to the Committee on Trade And the chair, who is the chair that particular committee? That must be Honorable Arden. Is there any member of the committee here? Yes, please take this to your committee. You go and transact it. You talk to your chairman. Of course,
thank you.
The leader of majority is also listening.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a ranking member of that committee, actually, from its inception.
What did you say? You are let me see who is this member?
This is Geshimo, MP Geshogo. I'm saying ranking because I was among the first people to be members of that committee after it was formed. So that makes me a ranking member, and even the changes that came never affected my position. Mr. Speaker, I'll make sure that the information is relayed to our chair for action and response.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let you direct that, take information to your chair that if he would respond to it within 2 weeks, it would be prudent and perfect. Well, but in terms of the issue of ranking and non-ranking, that is something that can be canvassed on another day. But when you talk about the reason you are being a ranking member is because you were appointed when the committee was first formed, I am informed, and I have a reason to believe that information is absolutely correct, that it was on the same day that all the members of that particular committee were brought before this House for approvals. So the issue of the rank is something we will negotiate elsewhere. But it's good that at least as a member of the committee, you are here, Honorable Gishimu, so we know that the matter is before your committee. So let's proceed to the next one. Next order. Do we have any? Members it had escaped my mind. There is a document by the leader of majority that has come belatedly, and we would like to ask him to lay it, because that's an extremely important document.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, in addition to the papers I laid before this House this afternoon, being the 5th of August, 2020, I would like to lay the following report, which is a report of the Auditor General on the Central Bank of Kenya for the year ended 30th of June, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Then we'll go then to the next order.
Order number 8, procedural motion, exemption of business from the provisions of the standing orders.
Is that the one that is to be moved by Honorable Nyamai? Yes, Honorable Dr. Nyamai, you proceed and move it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move this procedural motion. I beg to move that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 256 relating to exemption of business from standing orders, this House orders that the report on the petition on the alleged invasion of LR number 5875/2 in Roysambu constituency by KDF, which was laid on the table of this House. Honorable Speaker, I would like to correct the date. It is on the 5th of December, 2019. I take that again. It was laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 5th December, 2019. Be exempted from the provisions of Standing Order 2272, Committee of Petitions, to allow debate on the petition. Honorable Speaker, I would like to just make a few remarks that, Mr. Speaker, aware that Article 119 of the Constitution, read together with the Petitions to Parliament Act 2012, gives every person a right to petition Parliament on any matter. Honorable Speaker, it is on this basis that the Honorable Waihenya Dirangu brought a petition to this House representing a group of petitioners. Mr. Speaker, as it were, this matter was concluded effectively by the Parliamentary Committee on Lands, and the report was tabled to this House as indicated. Further, Honourable Speaker, Standing Order number 227 only mandates the committee to report to the petitioners, and this was also done. However, Honourable Speaker, recognizing that this is a matter of public interest and the fact that it has information to be shared with regard to claimants, and also the fact that this particular report, Honourable Speaker, talks about pieces of land which were meant to be public utilities. It is in order, Mr. Speaker, to have this matter debated by this House, also cognizant of the fact that there is need for this House to make a resolution on this report for it to be implemented effectively. Honourable Speaker, without much ado, I would like to move this motion and request the Honourable Khatib Abdallah to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Khatib Abdallah Mwashetani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion requesting the report to be debated by members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is a report which is of serious public interest. And Mr. Speaker, it will be prudent enough for members at least to understand, to go through the report so that they can understand what is going on in our ministries. Because, Mr. Speaker, also, this is a report that involves serious government institutions like the KDF, the Minister of Defense, and Minister of Lands and Physical Planning. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand to second. Thank you so much.
Very well. Honourable members, it should be clear what if this is carried, then obviously Honourable Nyamai should be preparing to give a notice of the motion. So, honourable members, I propose a question, which is that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 256 relating to exemption of business from standing orders, this House orders that the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on a petition on the alleged invasion of LR 5875/2 in Roysambu constituency by the Kenya Defence Forces laid on the table of the House on Thursday, July 2nd, 2020, be exempted from provisions of Standing Order 2272, which is committal of petitions, to allow the House to consider the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the petition. I put the question, which is that pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 256 relating to the exemption of business from standing orders, this House orders that the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on a petition on alleged invasion of LR 5875/2 in Roysambu constituency by the Kenya Defence Forces, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, July 2nd, 2020, be exempted from provisions of Standing Order 2272, which is committal of petitions, to allow the House to consider the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on the petition. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of our contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So then, Honourable Nyamai, Honourable Nyamai, just for agreement, there was actually the issue of the dates that you indicated that could have been wrongly placed there. I think it's not a true position. And if you realize, I've actually proposed and put the question stating those particular dates because, it had lapsed, then it was brought back. So I think there should be no major issue with that. So that is the position. So then we go to the next. You need to give notice of motion. Since Honorable Dr. Nyamai, you have indicated that you are preparing your documentation for purposes of giving notice of motion on the report of the Committee on the Petition, we will proceed to the next order. But once you are ready, you will simply tell us so, and then we'll give you an opportunity to place the notice. So we go to the next order.
Order number 9, motion. Audited financial statements of the Commodities Fund for the financial years 2015, 2016, and 2016, 2017. Question to be put.
On this particular one, what remained was for the question to be put, and I've confirmed that within the chamber and in the holding areas, we have a sufficient number of members to form a quorum. So I'll proceed to put the question. Order, members. Order. Honorable Aladwa. Take your seat, please. So I put the question, which is that the House adopts the report of the Special Funds Account Committee on its consideration of the audited financial statements for the Commodities Fund for the years ended 30th June 2016 and 30th June 2017, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, October 29th, 2019. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. So we go to the next order.
Order number 10, inquiry into encroachment of the riparian areas in Kenya. Question to be put.
Again, I will put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources on its inquiry into the encroachment of riparian areas in Kenya, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, September 19, 2019. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. The next order.
Order number 11, the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bills number 57 of 2019, second reading.
Is that by Honorable Mwadime? Honorable Mwadime. I am trying to locate your sitting area. Yes, I can see your hand, but I can't see the number of your seat. What number is that? And I'm beginning to think... huh? Yes, just do it again. Yeah, you have the mic now.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'd like to move Parliamentary Pension Act number 3 of 2019. Honorable Speaker, the principal objective is to amend the Act to align it with the new Constitution. To amend also the Act Cap 196 to bring it to conformity with the provisions of Constitution of 2010 and provide for the Act to apply to both houses. Also, the bill further seeks to bring Cap 106 into conformity with the directions of SRC in regards to retirement benefits due to MPs, as CRC is established under Article 230 of the Constitution, and it empowers under Article 230, subsection 4, to set and regularly review the remuneration and benefits of state officers. And the members of Parliament, both National Assembly and Senate, being state officers. Mr. Speaker, just to cite a few clauses on which are amended, like clause 8 of the bill, is actually which deals with the members of parliament who are in their first term, who serve first term, in order either to get their gratuity as set by Salaries and Remuneration Commission. Mr. Speaker, also if you look at some clauses like clause A17, as there is this establishment of Parliamentary Service Commission, they are also mandated in overseeing the welfare of members also to be party and parcel of the Act. Mr. Speaker, I'm just requesting members to be very serious on these amendments, as actually it is for them. Me being a member of Parliamentary Pension Committee from 2013, I've seen members really suffering, especially the ones who served earlier than us. And we should know that this parliament, we are not going to live forever. So members, I'm requesting to bring as many amendments in this act, in these amendments to this act, so that it can take care of yourselves. In these amendments also I've included, in case somebody, a member of parliament, becomes ill and maybe he can never campaign again, what will it happen to him in terms of his or her benefits? Mr. Speaker, also there was a controversial, you see, if somebody a member of parliament serves one term and then there's a break in between and then he comes back, normally there was a big interest which they used to pay so that they can come back to the pension. Members, as I'm talking, and also our colleagues who maybe they are not in this chamber at the moment, kindly please take a look seriously into these amendments and also add to which you feel they can assist. Mr. Speaker, I don't need to speak much because it is self-explanatory. I'll just call upon...
What is it, Honorable Dr. Amolo, Senior Counsel?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not my intention to interrupt Honorable Dima while moving this motion, but the motion which I've gotten from the table office does not seem to suggest all the good things he's talking about, in respect of two things. One, in saying that this is to take care of us as members. The motion I have seems to be historical. Two, he's talking of medical cover. So unless there's an amendment which I'm not aware of, and I'd be happy to have it, it does not appear that the motion is in tandem with the movement, the move of the motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Madam, I realize you are actually winding up, but...
no, but I can expound of what...
just very briefly.
Yeah. Actually, Mr. Speaker, just to respond, I've said you bring amendments, because I've captured some and some have not yet been captured. That's why I'm telling you, members, to have a serious look at these amendments.
Then it means Honorable Dr. Amolo was right. So actually, and I don't want you to go that direction because then you will be anticipating even amendments by members. So leave it at that. You have moved your, you have moved it. So I want to know who your seconder is.
I stand guided. I therefore move and I request Wanga to second.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Wanga, that is, proceed, Honorable Wanga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this motion for the second reading of the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019. And I thank very much Honorable Mwadime for carrying these amendments on behalf of the Pensions Management Committee of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, to just respond to what Honorable Tiende was raising, There are 3 bills amending the Parliamentary Pensions Act. The first one is Bill number 1, which Honorable Madi moved, which was carried by Honorable Madi, which we completed in the morning, which was dealing with the members of Parliament who served from 1984 to 2001. Then there is Bill number 2, which belongs to Honorable Ruth Mwaniki, which had the same effect as Honorable Mbadi's bill, and therefore now that Honorable Mbadi's bill was carried, is probably now going to be redundant. Then there is Bill number 3, which is what we are dealing with right now, which is carried by Honorable Mwadime on behalf of the Parliamentary Pensions Management Committee. So I think Honorable Otiende might be holding in his hand the amendment number 1, which belongs to Honorable Mbadi, and that is why he was talking about history. But what we are dealing with now is Bill number 3. So I just wanted to clarify that so that honorable members are sure that they are holding the correct amendment bill, because we have had 3 in 2019. Honorable Speaker, this bill, for avoidance of doubt, was brought for first reading on 24th of July, 2019. And we went on for public participation. It was on the papers on 1st of August. We met with the Treasury on 5th of March. The committee met with Treasury on 5th of March, 2020. And we have also received submissions from the Parliamentary Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, just to give a brief background, the Parliamentary Pension Scheme is a contributory scheme governed by the Parliamentary Pensions Act, Cap 196. The scheme is a defined benefit scheme, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unlike a defined contribution scheme, a defined benefit scheme is not based on performance of the scheme. And I was just speaking this because you will see the public there saying members of parliament were conferring upon themselves money that they have not earned. We are dealing with the parliamentary pension scheme. It is a contributory scheme. You only get as far as you contribute to your pension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently, serving members contribute at the rate of 12.6%, and the government contributes 25.4% to this scheme, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and Section 8 of the Act provides that for you to get into the pension scheme, you have to have an aggregate period of reckonable service of 2 terms, and you have to have attained the age of 45 years. I've barely begun, Mr. Speaker, because I was responding to the issue of Otiende. I would just really beg for just a few more minutes.
No, you will have to really move fast because you chose to respond rather than second, which is okay still because you clarified a few things. So you'll have some little time, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill has 17 clauses, and the bill, mainly what the bill seeks to do, as Honorable Mwadime mentioned, is to align the Parliamentary Pensions Act to the advisory by SRC, which is that no state officer should benefit from pension and gratuity from the same public service employer for a similar period, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at it, this bill now provides for a member, I'm just trying to skim through now, Mr. Speaker, apart from redefining the age of a child, which we are moving, this bill is moving from 16 to 18, and also further amendments to bring it to 25 for children who are still in full-time study. Mr. Speaker, what the bill is doing in clause 8 is, what the bill is doing in clause 4 is to make members make a choice, so that when you come into parliament, you elect as to whether you want to go on gratuity or whether you want to go on the pension scheme. If a member is going on the gratuity scheme, there is no contribution expected. But if a member is going on the pension scheme, then you will pay the 12.6% that you pay, and government will put the 25%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once that choice is made, The other amendments that are being made, Mr. Speaker, is if you go through the gratuity scheme, there will be the 35% of your basic salary. And this is being amended from the past because, Mr. Speaker, the past bill, the past act, had all the allowances listed because there was a constituency allowance, a responsibility allowance, a house allowance, and all the allowances. But now what SRC has done is separated the salary into two, so that 60% is basic salary, 40% is allowances. So you will get 31% of the basic salary at the end of your 5 years as gratuity. But if you continue on pension and you do your second term, you will continue to earn, as it has been said, 1/300. So if you give an example of the current situation, those who've served last term and this term, the basic pension to start with is 126,000 after getting a lump sum of about 7 million at the completion of the term. Mr. Speaker, I just want to finish because you've given me a bit of extra time. I'd like to just talk about the buyback.
No, I've not given you any extra time.
Sorry, the light is yellow.
You have already enjoyed it, so you should be winding down.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to mention the buyback, which Honorable Mwadime was referring to, that if you are on gratuity and you got paid your gratuity, but you come back and you would like to buy back your pension, you need to pay back the gratuity that you are paid, but there is an amendment that that is being proposed so that the interest rate is not prohibitive for members who want to buy back their pension once they had already been paid their gratuity, Mr. Speaker. And there's an important point around the issue, Mr. Speaker, of those who fall sick. Those who fall sick, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, it's only 1 minute now because you can see we are going to the red one. Only 1 minute. Only 1 minute. Please summarize.
Mr. Speaker, in the 1 minute, I'd just like to say that it is important that now if you fall ill, you can get your pension or gratuity before you hit the age of 45. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, those who retire or those who get out of Parliament before 1 year ends will now get a full salary of the 12 months, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg.
Okay. So I propose a question, which is that the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment number 3 bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2019, be now read a second time. Now, it is very difficult for me to know who are interested to speak to this one, because top on the list here I see Honorable Dr. Oduol. Would you want to speak to this?
No,
okay.
Not this one.
Not this one. So we'll go to the member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to make my contribution to this important bill, and I really must thank Honorable Mwadime and the Committee on Pensions for this important bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill, in terms of amendment, has actually taken very long, Honorable Speaker. As you can see, Honorable Speaker, we are aligning this bill, this important act, to the new constitution. And the new constitution, Honorable Speaker, is already 10 years old. So it means, Honorable Speaker, really we've been very unfair to the members of Parliament because we are doing this after 10 years. And I really want to challenge the honorable members, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if you can ask consultations to be done. Kaluma, you know, Honorable Speaker. Really,
order. This Kamukunji.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, what I was saying is,
some eminent lawyers here. I do not know what some 2 eminent lawyers are doing with a seasoned medical doctor. I do not know, but now we can keep it low. And I see there's even another lawyer again ahead of them.
Yeah. I hope, Honorable Speaker.
I will not mention their names, but.
I hope, Honorable Speaker, the few minutes they have taken of mine, they will be able to get additional 1 minute. Honorable Speaker, what I was saying is, I really want to challenge us as honorable members of this House. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have been very quick at aligning other laws to the Constitution. But this particular one, which really touches on our own welfare, it has taken 10 years, Honorable Speaker. So I really think it is timely that it has come. We are going to debate it. But there are two things, Honorable Speaker, which is important. The issue of the SRC involvement, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to remind you, because I know we served with you during the 11th Parliament. If you look at the Kenya Gazette of 2013, which really listed benefits to the members of Parliament, there was the issue of the grant of that 1%, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, it was saying, after you serve your full time of 5 years, you'll be entitled to earn 35% of your basic salary as gratuity. Honorable Speaker, I want to go on record that members who came back for the second term did not get that money. And I really picked this matter with the Speaker. We had several discussions with Treasury, and I'm still convinced, Honorable Speaker, even as we debate this bill, that was being unfair to the members of Parliament who managed to come for the second term. So that's a matter we really need to discuss as we discuss this bill. The other matter, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of this pension being contributory, Honorable Speaker. It means as a member, you contribute and then government also contributes. Currently, a member contributes 12.5%, government contributes 25%. But the thing is, Honorable Speaker, if really you have been contributing for 5 years, and the government has been contributing for you 25%, then the issue is when you are out of Parliament, you should be able to be paid your money. And I like the idea of changing so that you get it at 45, although as an economist and also a financial person, there are also risks associated with getting your pension too early. Because pension is supposed to take care of your old age. So when you get it at 45, Honorable Speaker, unless you're a very good financial manager, then there are challenges. But I just want to imagine that then members will be good financial managers to make sure that by the time they hit 60, then they still have some savings. Because, Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is that when the more you continue hanging, Honorable Speaker, issues of health, diseases start attacking you. And you need now your savings to take care of the health issues. And really, if you have exhausted your savings, and then the pension is also not there, then you are likely to have challenges, Honorable Speaker. So I think even as we debate this, because I can see now I have having challenges with time, even as we debate this, Honorable Speaker, I think the unfairness in terms of second termers not being paid their gratuity is a matter we cannot let go. And I think it's important to pick this with Treasury so that those members who manage to come back to Parliament can actually get their money, which is their entitlement. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill. Thank you.
So now I want to see the members who want to contribute from this. Honorable Tuitai. Member for
Thank you, Speaker, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also stand and say I support the bill. It's very important listening to Honorable Wanga outlining that this particular amendment is towards enriching the pension, the parliamentary pension, which is already on. And I think, as somebody has said, it's very important that if we are contributing, we are having a contributory scheme in this particular case, 12-point-something%, and the government is giving 25. I think it's also in order that we know that immediately when any time elections comes, about 70% of the members do not return back to Parliament. And we don't want to go to the case like in the morning, where we were trying to do some sort of mitigation measures to support our members who left between 1994 and 2001, whereby we had to give them some reasonable pension. So I think it is wise that this House, we actually say anybody who has actually served in this House is entitled to a pension, whether you have actually served 1 term or 2 terms. And I see this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, doesn't really address that particular part. I would think the committee should bring an amendment on that so that we actually capture members even who have served 1 term. I know it has an element of saying, oh, maybe we are giving them ourselves an additional benefit. But Mr. Speaker, if 70% do not come back to Parliament, what happened to these particular people? They don't even get jobs. They're no longer attractive to the market out there. So these people actually end up actually struggling to make a living. So I want to ask this particular House that let us make sure that this particular amendment involves giving first-timers or first-time or those who serve once in the, 5 years in the House a decent pension so that they can live and continue their lives, and so that they actually don't go out there and become bakers. And I can see there are so many things which are trying to align here, including giving powers to Parliamentary Service Commission to oversee this welfare of the members, including the pension. So I think this particular bill is very good. I like the idea that we welcome more amendments so that we can make sure that it becomes a bill which serves us for a long time. With that, I beg to support.
Is Honorable, I see from here so that I get indication, Honorable Mbui, you'd want to speak to this one? Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support this Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Act. And Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by saying that we already are under attack as a National Assembly. I've seen it in the media. There's talk about there's preempting of discussion on this because in the morning we had a similar bill, and the public is already up in arms that this House wants to benefit itself. And Mr. Speaker, just allow me so that I could correct this situation. Let me put myself on the crosshairs of the public, because first and foremost, I think Kenyans need to understand that even members of parliament are employees like anybody else. And Mr. Speaker, they also make contributions to these pension schemes, just like anybody else. But the minute it is about the elected leaders, suddenly it becomes a tall order, and people have all sorts of things to say. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, Kenya is a developing nation. And the truth is this, that the major needs of our people cannot be met by government. And what happens is that when people are elected into these offices that we hold, suddenly all the needs of the public come to them. When they have no food, they come to you. When they need medical care, they come to you. When there is COVID, like now people are unemployed, they come to you for jobs. When their businesses collapse, they come to you for assistance. So, Madam Speaker, what happens is that in the 5 years that one serves as a member of parliament, the salary that they earn, and even any other investments that they may have, is spent, but most of that is spent taking care of Kenyans, because we're in a poor nation where the state cannot really take care of its people. So, Madam Speaker, it is important to note that once one leaves office, they obviously have to leave the office in a dignified manner. Recently, I saw a report about a former president in one of the countries in Africa. And it was newsworthy because they were showing that this man was living in abject poverty, having been head of state of a nation. It's the same thing, that you can find a member living in abject poverty, having been a member of parliament representing a constituency. I would hate to meet a former member who represents a constituency that I represent, who is living in poverty, because that would mean that even the public have failed him. So, Madam Speaker, I wish to support, and I say that it is important that we support ourselves and we ensure that we give ourselves the best possible pension scheme so that we do not have members begging in the corridors of power going into the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let me have the member for Emuhaya, the Honorable Milemba Omboko.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And I think I want to appreciate the motion moved by Mwadime and seconded by Chair Wanga, who seemed to have a lot of information. Just time made her not bring out the real motion the way it was. Now, I think it comes at a time when, again, the government today was actually trying to launch what we call the public service superannuation scheme today by the Minister for Finance. And it is actually a pension scheme that tries to change the entire workers of Kenya, mainly like the teachers, the civil servants, from the BDC, that is the defined benefit plan, to the DCS, that is a defined contributory system. Parliament has been ahead because already Parliament is operating on a contributory system like the Chair Finance put. But I think also as we debate this, as Parliament, we shall have to be very cautious, and that's why possibly The last immediate speaker who spoke talked about other people in Kenya or the people who keep us watch asking that, what about our pension? It comes at a time when the other workers also have a challenge getting their pension. We have, for example, Honorable Speaker, the teachers of 1997, the many civil servants, and that is why, even as I was leaving the House and Buddy was moving that motion, I got a message on my phone that I can see you guys talk about pension. What about our pension? So I must bring to the House that as we deal with our pension, it's very important that we also deal with the pension of all other workers who are outside there and suffering because of the system of pension that we have been having in the country. Having said that, I must say this is a good law and ask the House that this will enable the Member of Parliament as he lives, whether has served for 1 term or 2 terms, to have a fair life outside there. Because one thing that the pension scheme that the Parliament is having as a weak point, and I did study that, is the issue of medical cover. It is so small. And possibly in the amendments that we shall bring, we could also, Chair, allow us to bring an amendment that will actually allow the members of Parliament, even if they leave, to continue being part of that medical scheme, and then that can cover them when they are out. Because that's what is more important when you have left Parliament. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to support this bill, and I think I'll go back to my table to do a lot of amendments, because it's an area that I tend to have an enjoyment and like dealing with because of my background of trade unionism. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, the member for Muhaya, you're very welcome, and as you know the procedures of the House, you know what to do better. Let me have the member for Rarianda, and now, is it Rarianda? Now that you had sought some intervention, and having been informed with Honorable Wanka. Member for Rarianda, Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Madam Speaker, with your indulgence, could I reserve my right of speech to maybe 3 or 4, because I'm combing the bill thoroughly.
You are combing the
Just
bill.
shortly, in maybe 20 minutes. Thank you.
Let me have the member for Togare as we do make a decision for that. Resimi Yeseli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance. Madam Speaker, before I came to Parliament, it always bothered me when I saw ex-members of Parliament, former members of Parliament, completely unable to make ends meet and living in abject poverty. I never realized that they had no pension. Until I got to Parliament, Madam Speaker, is when I realized that actually the salary that people hype as a very high salary in Parliament ends up going to social services in the constituency, including whatever else you can make. This puts our politicians in a very difficult situation. Not just members of Parliament, but even members of the county assemblies, former councillors. They are put in a very difficult situation that by the time they leave service, in fact, I dare say that many don't make it back after 1 term, mainly because by the time they go back for their campaign, they are flat broke and they can't make it. And that's why you have this contribution to the high turnover of members of Parliament. It's very shocking that Kenyans don't realize that members of Parliament, former members of Parliament, actually live a very difficult life and they need a pension. I've seen some comments made which I feel are a bit inhuman because members of Parliament are also human beings. In this case, this is a contributory scheme. And I believe when one leaves, in fact, when you leave as a young member of Parliament and you don't make it back, you'll be very likely to be employed. Many employers don't want to employ former members of Parliament, former MCAs, and so on. So yet the people still call upon you to assist them. I've seen people who left Parliament, and they're still being called on to attend harambes, to do various things. So they are still being called upon to contribute. So it puts them in a very difficult position. This system for the Parliament is a contributory scheme. And when you look at it, even in the US Congress, the congressmen actually, after serving 1 term, live with a pension. So it's not unique to the Kenyan Parliament. But what I would like to look at is, how is this scheme managed? That's what bothers me. Because, Madam Speaker, before I came here, I had occasion to be a lecturer, senior lecturer at the University of Nairobi. And by the time I left, my age could not allow me to be pensionable, but my benefits were there. And they kept, the university pension scheme kept on investing that money. By the time they called me for it to transfer to a fund manager, it was quite substantial. But when I look at what we are doing here in Parliament, what we are contributing, 12.5%, and the government contributes 25%, that's a substantial pool of money. I don't think we are managing this money very well to grow it. So that by the time even you leave, your pension should even be much higher than what we are being told it's going to be. So I think the management of that scheme needs to be relooked at. We need to invest that money so that it grows before the member leaves Parliament. So that by the time he leaves, the pension will even be higher because it will have grown even higher. So I think the Pensions Committee needs to relook at the management of these funds so that we grow the money so that people who retire actually get decent income in their retirement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, with that experience, I'm sure the committee is listening. It's good food for thoughts. Let me have the member nominated, Ole Sankok David.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And from the onset, I start by supporting this bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is good for us to put records straight so that Kenyans should actually understand that this is not anything to do with greed. It is the issue of state officers, who include members of parliament, who are entitled to a pension. And the pension scheme that they are entitled to is that they contribute. It is not free money, it is a contributory pension scheme. Honorable Speaker, it is sometimes it's pathetic to see the responses and what we are branded as members of parliament. And to be a member of parliament in Kenya, it is quite too expensive. And some of this expensive lifestyle is actually contributed by the same citizen who question anything that is earned by members of parliament. Honorable Speaker, and when they are fundraising, you will never hear any citizen of this country inviting a DEO, a county commissioner, a permanent a principal secretary, a cabinet secretary. They run to their elected leaders, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sometimes some of us who are nominated members who don't even have any kitty in terms of maybe CDF or any form of fund, Honorable Speaker, we go into our pocket to make sure that, Honorable Speaker, we try to assist those whom we represent. Honorable Speaker, I represent one of the largest constituencies. That is 6 million Kenyans with disability, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and sometimes they come even to my home, some of them crawling because of lack of wheelchairs, Honorable Speaker. And I don't have any kitty. I have to go into my pocket, sometimes even not from my salary, because my salary could have been finished by that time, Honorable Speaker. I go to my life savings from my profession, from my businesses, to try and assist them, Honorable Speaker, because I cannot allow somebody who crawl into my compound to crawl out. I have to assist, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, that is why in 2022 I'm retiring from politics. It is too expensive to be in this house. It is too difficult, Honorable Speaker, and you are branded so many names, including MP, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is our workstation. We are here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And on Monday and Friday, we are in committee work. Honorable Speaker, I'm not a lawyer. I did not train as a lawyer.
Honorable member nominated Ole Sankok David. There is an intervention by the member for Mavoko. If I'm saying well, the member for Mavoko is an intervention. Kingola Makau.
No, Madam Speaker, I was just trying to catch your eye. I want to contribute.
You want to contribute, then you are on the wrong order, Honorable Kaluma. You know, I thought that is a new way of intervention. Please, your phone is interrupting the business of the House. Very well. Thank you. Honorable Sanko, carry on.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable member from Mavoko have all the rights to attract your eyes, Honorable Speaker, and catch your eyes. It is not, anyway, let me go on. Honorable Speaker, so as I was saying, Honorable Speaker, we are here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because this is our work station. On Monday and on Friday, we have committee work. Honorable Speaker, I did not train as a lawyer. So I have on weekends to research and to study law so that when I come to this house, I'm able to contribute, Honorable Speaker, and be able to be sensible, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, so therefore, we work 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, and we also work 365 days in a year, Honorable Speaker. And we work with zeal, passion, and we give all our best, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, why should I not be given what is entitled to me, Honorable Speaker? What I have contributed, Honorable Speaker? Why should Kenya not question those cabinet secretary, principal secretaries, driving fuel guzzlers, having drivers paid by the government, having cars fueled by the government, having several bodyguards, Honorable Speaker. But for a member of parliament who drive his own car, Honorable Speaker, you have bought with your own money, Honorable Speaker, you are being questioned when you ask for pension, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is our entitlement, and I do support.
Very well, members, I see a lot of interest, and it is important you plan your 5 minutes of speaking. Members, as the substantive speaker, that is Honorable the Cheboy Adian, that he had given the leeway that we do allow the Honorable Rachel Nyamai, MP, to give a notice of motion on the report of the Committee on Petition. So this is interruption of the business for us to give Honorable Nyamai Rachel, MP, to give notice of motion on the report of the Committee on Petition. Honorable Nyamai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give a notice of motion that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Lands on its consideration of the petition on the alleged invasion of LR number 5875/2 in Roysambu constituency by the Kenya Defence Forces, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd July 2020. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, noted and quite in order. Order, members, order. Honorable Kaluma, order. It is important for the members to know this was a notice of motion that was given by the Honorable Rachel. Back to the debate. Very well, give the member for Tharaka before the leader of minority.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this motion by the Honorable Mwandime, which seeks to review or make amendments to the Parliamentary Pensions Act and the provisions under that act so as to deal with the retirement benefits of members of this House. I have keenly listened to Honorable Mwandime and the second Honorable Gladys Wanga, and I'm in full agreement that it is vitally important that this House looks at the various provisions of the Parliamentary Pensions Act with a view to streamlining them and bring them to accord with our Constitution. Important to say we are 10 years down the line and we still have many laws, including this one, which does not comply with our Constitution 2010. Most importantly, I have actually observed the lives of former members of parliament in the constituencies. And sorry, we are saying it is pathetic. Members of parliament who founded this house at independence in 1963, and the subsequent ones, living lives in abject poverty, moving around begging in the villages, and this is a disgrace. Absolute disgrace. It is the high time, as the citizens realize that members of parliament do represent them and their interests in the country, that those members of parliament must also be taken care of, especially in their old age. And it is right to say that when a member of parliament is elected for the first time, we will make an election as to whether you want to get a gratuity at the end of your term or you want to get into a pension scheme. But we must also encourage the pension scheme because it is more durable. It is more taking care of our members, especially during old age. Having done this, and I urge the members to pass this bill with the necessary amendments that we are going to make, we also have other Kenyans who are looking at us and who are saying, look at those greedy members of parliament talking about their own pensions and not thinking about us. And those people, those claimants, are former councillors. Because we have also had councillors who have served in this country, in the wards, diligently for many years, but nobody seems to care about them, and especially the exchequer, the treasury. Because every time this is brought up, you are told there is no money. This house should now move in to enact a law that is going to take care of our former councillors, because this is important. And as we do so, I remind this house that in the year 2018, we did pass a law where we said the basic administrators in any government are the village elders. And we passed a motion that the government should consider remunerating village administrators. These are also looking at us. They are saying, look at them again. They are talking about themselves and not talking about us. So since the government failed to implement a motion of this house, we are now possibly going to move into an act of parliament where we will also get village elders having their own act on their own remuneration. Therefore, as we pass this law, let us also think about the other claimants out there who are entitled to a decent living, who are entitled to some stipend or some remuneration of some sort, which they are not getting. Madam Speaker, with those remarks, I beg to support.
You beg to support. The leader of majority, your priority in speaking. I don't know whether you're ready. Leader of majority and always leader of minority, always have a
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill and thank our Committee on Pensions and Honorable Mwadime for bringing it, first of all, to align the bill, the current act, to the requirements of the new constitution. The current act, I believe it's Cap 196, still talks of National Assembly and actually ignores there's a Senate. So by first of all, trying to align that's a major advancement to make sure that at least we are talking of Parliament rather than National Assembly. The second thing is obviously the issue of members making a deliberate choice. And let me say at the outset, because I know I heard it from Honorable Eseli when he kind of said, compared with the university pension scheme, there are two pension scheme models. There's a defined contribution scheme where it's defined how much you contribute. And the money is then invested with fund managers and all that. And what you actually get at the end is based on your contribution plus the growth plus the risks. You could get less or more. On the other hand, there's a defined benefit scheme where your benefits are defined upfront, that when you retire, this is what you'll get per month. And then the contributions are worked backwards to guarantee you that. Now, Parliament opted for a defined benefit scheme. So let's not give our parliamentary pension committee a lot of work, a lot of Panadols to take and headache as they try to crank up the figures you get as a benefit. Because we opted for a defined benefit scheme. It doesn't matter how much is invested. In fact, they don't invest. It's part of the money is put through the consolidated fund. and you're paid a defined benefit on retirement. So, given our situation, then what this is opening up is saying members can opt for that defined benefit for life when you retire, subject to obviously doing the 2 terms and meeting the 45-year rule. Or you could decide you want your money upfront because you're a better manager for yourself than what the consolidated fund can do for you, and gives you that opportunity. But you must make that decision upfront so that you don't wait until 5 years, then you say, I would rather have the gratuity rather than the monthly, because so the pension managers need to plan. So it gives that flexibility, and I think that's a positive thing. And I would like to urge members to just be careful that the 126,000 may look small, but it comes in handy when you're out there. After the 2 terms, at least it guarantees to pay your power bills and to pay certain things on a monthly basis when you're still figuring out what to do with the rest of your life. Getting everything upfront, especially after campaigns, most likely you are likely to start consoling yourselves that since I've lost, let me start investing in some businesses. You've never been a business person. And the next thing is you are here asking us to buy you some tea, as we've seen from some of our colleagues who have left in the past. So Madam Speaker, I just wanted to first of all raise that and say I'm obviously happy. Then within this bill, there's now a provision for early exits within, if you don't hit the 10-year threshold, either for sickness or for some other reason, it provides that exit, which was not there in CAP 196. So that's a good thing, and we support that. And also the provision for allowing for payments to widows or widowers should a member pass away, because it's your money, it's your defined benefit. And it should not die with your death. You still have the responsibility to your spouse, and they should continue being supported or cushioned with your pension, which is now provided for in this bill. I'd like the mover, obviously, to look at the bill at clause 8. In, I think, section 4, when it talks of if the payment of gratuity to a member under this section, he has to pay contributions, the member may, if he also desires, repay all gratuity to the member and interest on the gratuity at the rate of. There's something missing, yeah? It does not say at the rate of within a period. So that needs to be clarified within the, before we come to, when we come to the committee of the whole, to add what rate of what, so that we know that interest rate that's not captured right now within the bill. It may have been a typo, and I didn't hear the mover or seconder correcting what's in the bill. And I hope Honorable Tieno Molo has also picked it up with his that are coming. But I come quickly, and I realized there was something missing. There's a rate quoted, but is not actually stated. And we need to have that included within the bill for completeness. Madam Speaker, again, most of this bill is about compliance with the Constitution, it's about aligning. So a number of these clauses basically change, include Parliament, change National Assembly to this, change to this. But the fundamental clauses is really what I was happy about, that yes, let's allow members that choice to either get a gratuity or a pension. But I would advise members that the pension is always better than a gratuity. The lump sum is good if you're a good financial manager, but most of us are not. And hence, unless you want to pay Honorable Badi and myself to help you with what to do with that money, I'd rather you keep it and enjoy the pension into the long term. Between 45 and the time you pass on at 90-something, if you aggregate that money, it's actually quite something when you compare with how much you only have put in during the 10 years. So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to necessarily spend all the rest of my time. I would wish to stop there, and I beg to support.
You beg to support. I'm sure the chairperson, or the one of the bill who has been moving it, has had some very important comments. Honorable Wanga, the seconder, is also in the house. And now I give the leader of minority, the Honorable Banti, was also priority in speaking in Parliament.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the discussion around the amendments to the parliamentary pension scheme has confused us a lot, but I think we need to understand, as Honorable Wanga said, actually I was watching from my office, that the one that we dealt with in the morning was very restrictive, just dealing with those former members of parliament. Now we are on a totally different bill, which has been ably moved by Honorable Mwadime on behalf of our Parliamentary Pensions Committee. Madam Speaker, I think we need, because you know we are dealing with a country where people like sensationalizing things even without taking time to understand. I've been receiving a lot of calls from the media, and they seem not even to have understood my bill, which was pretty simple. Now, this one will be misunderstood even much more. We need to be very clear and explain these facts so that those who want to hear or those who want to listen may listen and understand exactly what we are doing. Firstly, the way the act is as today, members of the Senate are so disadvantaged. If one wanted to challenge a member of the Senate who would be getting pension after serving 2 terms, it would be problematic because the law talks about National Assembly and not Parliament. So if you are a member of the Senate, it will be a challenge. So I think the correction of the definition, amending the definition to Parliament from National Assembly, is something that is very easy to understand. And that is one of the things that this bill is trying to do. Number 2, Madam Speaker, and with the benefit of being in this House for a while now, I want to just explain one fact around this amendment, especially on clause 8. And that is the justice that I want to do to this bill. The others can pick other things. Madam Speaker, when we reported here in 2013, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission decided to write to Parliament and actually gave members of Parliament a gratuity at the rate of 31%. And so that letter is there. SRC has approved that members of Parliament should get gratuity at the rate of 31% of your basic salary. Same to any other public office holder. And that principle is there. Now, where the confusion comes in is that we are in a parliamentary pension scheme, which is guided by law, and the Constitution is clear. You cannot vary pension at the disadvantage of the pensioner. But again, this is a contributory pension scheme, as Honorable Kimunya did mention, the leader of majority. So you cannot give me gratuity, yet I contributed without asking where is my contribution. So we are trying to harmonize these two. That yes, every public officer is entitled to gratuity if you have a defined term of employment, like ours, of 5 years. But yes, again, we are also in an existing pension scheme where we are contributing 12.6% of our salaries every month. So the question we are trying to resolve here should be understood in the context of the fact that Parliament is trying to avoid double awarding of the salary, of this benefit to members. You will see talk out there that probably we are trying to give parliamentarians more. Far from it. In fact, given the fact that SRC had already given members of parliament gratuity at 31%, we could even insist and demand that we get that and get pension, because it is there. But yes, but now Parliament is trying to clarify it, make it clear that you can only get either or. And that is what this bill is trying to do. So if you get gratuity, then you can only get your contribution to the pension scheme together with interest earned. But now the government's contribution will not come to you. But if you choose to get pension, then you get pension. I think that is what this bill is saying. I wanted to make that matter very clear because I know how sometimes in this country people are lazy when it comes to trying to analyze and understand what is going on. But having said that, Madam Speaker, you see, there is this debate about what happens to members of Parliament who have served one term. Madam Speaker, this is a debate that we cannot run away from. Because, well, it could have been actuaries who calculated and felt that for this scheme to be sustainable, you must serve for 10 years or more. But it is not, it is a kind of an argument that cannot hold, because why 10 years and not 5 years? That is a question that this House has to debate and talk about. Because even if you serve for 5 years, you have served Parliament. You have been a leader in this Parliament. And I don't know where, anywhere in the world, where senior citizens are treated with the kind of disdain that this country treats senior citizens. And members of Parliament are also falling in the category of senior citizens when you retire. So the way I understand it is, let us not look negatively at retirement benefits to an individual, whether that person is a member of Parliament or not. In fact, we should look at even other public officers and see how to improve. We can talk about our economy, but the amount of money we steal in this country, if we left it to be spent wisely on senior citizens in this country, Madam Speaker, we have enough. But Madam Speaker, something that I think we have been avoiding, but it is more important than even pension, is the issue of Medicare to people who are retiring. And more particularly, members of Parliament. I am thinking of how we can bring an amendment to this bill, even if you leave out issues of pension, but just think about the medical cover for members who leave the service. Because as you grow old, you need more medical attention, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 8 years ago, I could go for 2 years without even coughing, without even sneezing. Nowadays, if I take 2 days without exercise, the following day I should be taken to the hospital because the whole body is paining. Because the age is catching up with you, whether you like it or not. I've been fighting it. My children keep on reminding me that I'm becoming old. I don't want to accept it, but that is the reality. Therefore, the former MPs are struggling. They're having an umbrella body. They are struggling to convince NHIF to agree with NHIF to provide medical cover to them. Madam Speaker, it is painful that we are doing fundraising every day to offset medical bills of people who, in those days, we were looking upon and we were admiring. Just the other day, when Honorable Cholo Gur died, Madam Speaker, only a bill of 1.5 million we were required to contribute to it. There is an MP who I never imagined that would suffer in this country, called Ojuang Kombodo. famously known as Marchet. Madam Speaker, I don't want to translate that because you may not like it, the meaning. Madam Speaker, the gentleman, if you see him today, you would not know that this is the great member of parliament, the former member of parliament for Nyakach, who demanded Omweri to be taken back to Nyakach. He is in deep problems. And these are people who served this country with dignity. Madam Speaker, I know it may sound like personally I have pension. 3 terms, I have a decent pension. I'm just fighting now. Whatever I say here is not for my personal benefit. Those who are in this house, Madam Speaker, just add me 1 minute. Those who are serving this house for the first term, you are not sure whether you are going to come back. It is upon us to support your cause. Kenyans will not like it. But anyway,
Order, Kajwang. You cannot call this the leader of minority her. It's a he. And he's wearing a very nice suit. Then I give you 1 minute because of the prayers from the...
It could even be 2. Madam Speaker, I just started saying something which I know many people may not say, especially those who are serving their first term. It is upon us, those of us who are serving second term and third term, let us tell the government, I know this matter will be blown out of proportion, and tell the people of Kenya, there is no crime in serving the people of this country in this house. Let us also consider and work that formula. Bring that amendment, put it in that formula, so that those who have served for 60 months can also qualify for some modest pension. Modest pension which can help them buy some drugs when they grow old. It is not asking for too much, Madam Speaker. It is not actually asking for too much. Right now, Madam Speaker, if you hear the amount of money that is being stolen in government here, it is running into billions, Madam Speaker. And now when it comes to something that we procedurally give to members of parliament, people who have served this house, now it becomes a hot debate. People, those who are stealing, please stop stealing so that there is enough money for public officers, including members of parliament, to also earn some decent living after leaving office. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I support.
Very well, also for your wisdom. We appreciate your minority leadership. Let me have now the wisdom from Honorable Kaluma. It's on record that you don't have your card. Please give him the mic. Yes.
Yeah, I thank you, Madam Speaker, for the grace to speak to this one. Madam Speaker, because of time, I will not dwell on the things that the majority leader and the minority leader have clarified. But it is important for the public outside there to know that why, number one, we have this amendment is to bring the members of parliament serving in the House called the Senate within the bracket of parliamentary pensions. As the minority leader was saying, if any pensions given to any member of parliament who is serving in the House of Senate were to be taken and be the subject of challenge before a court of law, it would be a very difficult situation for them to defend. Because the Parliamentary Pensions Act still talks of National Assembly, not Parliament as a house with the two, of course, houses. Madam Speaker, so that is to be clarified. Madam Speaker, I'll be supporting this bill, but with a raft of amendments. Because, Madam Speaker, I still see a confusion in terms of the entitlement to gratuity against the entitlement to pension. Madam Speaker, both in literal English and in law, pension is a social security benefit calculated on some rate and given to you when you meet the requirements like age specifications and others. I want to challenge any of you to just go to your phones, Google gratuity. Gratuity, it comes from the word gratis, grace. It is a gift in money forms. It is a tip. It is something given to you, and people who qualified for it are people who had served for some specific term. If you look at the law on gratuity, whether you go to the UK, you go to the US, it is a tip for defined areas of service. It is a salutation that you've served in a place of honor, you've served well, we thank you with this. And this is why, Madam Speaker, if you look back at the previous parliaments, the 10th parliament, the 9th parliament, they were getting gratuity at the end of their term. And those who qualified for pensions are also getting those pensions today. So I have a problem, and Honorable Mbadi, our minority leader, is confirming he got. So my problem with this bill is that it is seeking to merge two labor-based entitlements which are separate and go to deal with different things. Social security is not a thank you for having served in a house. And that is something I think our parliamentary, the team which has brought this bill, assisted by Honorable Mwadime, Honorable Wanga and others, must help us define. Let us not treat these two. Madam Speaker, if you looked at the Gazette notice, which defined the terms of service when we came in 2013, again, the 31% gratuity is available to all public servants in the executive. It is available to all public servants in the judiciary, and to date they're the same. It is available to all commissioners and independent office holders. It is still available in our Gazette notice. And Madam Speaker, you remember when the Gazette notice affecting Parliament was amendment and all these things were being maliciously removed, members of Parliament went to court through the Parliamentary Service Commission. I thank them for that. And the court nullified that Gazette notice which removed those entitlements. It means the entitlement for gratuity still remains at 31%, as indeed the entitlement for pension under the Parliamentary Pensions Act. So it would be a mistake for me to merge the two. And I think it is something we are going to propose to look at, because they deal with separate things. And that being so, Madam Speaker, it means even for the 11th Parliament, I'm one person who never shies away from the law and the truth. We are entitled to gratuity, those of us who are in this Parliament who are continuing, which we've not been given. And I'm one person, whether people like it or not, I'll be instituting even my own action to seek my gratuity, because it was a gazetted entitlement and it is lawful. Madam Speaker, two things have been said by the majority leader and the minority leader, which we also need to look at. Can we expand or define where we are going to apply, whether it is gratuity or pensions? It is very sad when you see a person who has served this house making very great contributions to bills we refer to, barely unable to treat himself. And many of the times you read a former member of Parliament cannot sustain kidney dialysis, cannot sustain diabetes treatment.
Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Because of the interest of members, allow me just go to the other member and plan your time. And the member is member for Mavoko. Next on the request list, Kingola Macau. Honorable Kingola Macau.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this chance. Madam Speaker, from the onset, let me start by thanking the passion at which the mover and the seconder had on this motion. Madam Speaker, is very serious, and it touches the hearts of members of this House. I want to remind members, I don't know why, while discussing this motion, it's like we are fearing. It should be known that the moment you are voted in, there is a culture, a tradition, by voters to start hating you. So when we are here to discuss about our pension, Madam Speaker, all members must be alive to it, because this is contributory. I don't understand why, when our pension, we contribute faithfully, when we discuss about it and ways to make it even better, should make anybody feel bad. Madam Speaker, I concur and I support members who feel like me that SRC gazetted that members who served by 2013 that will get a gratuity of 31.5%. Madam Speaker, if SRC does not give that money to us, it is fraud, and it should be said so. So even as we grapple on this bill, Madam Speaker, SRC should be reminded that they owe us a lot of money. Number two, Madam Speaker, I have heard the majority leader talk about a defined pension. Today, Madam Speaker, I want to tell this House, history has been made since we became the new officials of PACOSO, every member who is in the housing circle of this parliament. Today, they are proud owners of plots, and we are going to build for them houses. Madam Speaker, it is very painful for a member of parliament to be poor and is once a high-ranking person in this country. I want to encourage members who are not members of PACOSO to join immediately, because you don't know tomorrow if you can't save there. Today, members who are members of the housing circle now can smile all the way. They have plots which we bought for only 1 million, and now they're going for 3 million. By the time you leave here, that plot will be about 5 million. What am I saying? Yes, Parliament agreed that we have a defined pension. But if we go the way of Honorable Esed, the pension scheme, and I can see Honorable Wanga here, why can't we even think of trying to invest this money so that the way PACOSO is paying you dividends every year, and we are making you invest even better with your shares? Madam Speaker, we should also start thinking. We are investors here. I don't see why we should keep on hanging on the 106,000. Madam Speaker, we can engage the pension scheme here. They start investing so that members, the contributors, can have more money in future. They have the risk, they have the return. We cannot keep on hanging here because of that money, yet our money is sitting somewhere in the bank.
Honorable Makau, you have 1.5 minutes, but there's a point of intervention, which I'll reserve your minutes from the member for... No, she has to move. Obara Akinyi? The member for...
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order?
Madam Speaker, there is a confusion, and we need to be clear about what we are talking about. I've heard members talking about defined contributory, and yet I believe that what we have here is defined benefit. So I'm calling upon the chair or the mover, because I believe it is defined benefit, not contributory. So can we be very clear what we are talking about?
Very well. I'm sure you've done your contribution.
Am I clear? Because we have, if you look at the amendment, you can clearly see that there is a formula that is being used, and the benefit is defined at the end what you're going to get, and that is the one.
Honorable Obara wants to be given the different.
Yeah. I'm saying that I believe is defined benefit, but I'm hearing a lot of my colleagues here talking about defined contributory.
Honorable Makau, you have 1.5 minutes, but before that, there's a proposer to inform you, and I'm sure the chair, the mover is also in the house, is taking note on that. Honorable Obara, do you want to be informed by the Honorable Leader of Minority, because I can see the chair is taking note on this? Please be on record. It's a house of record and rule.
Can we be very clear?
Do you want to be informed
yes,
by
I
the
do.
Leader of Minority?
Yes, I do.
Leader
Thank
of
you.
Minority, please,
Accepted.
can you inform the Honorable Obara on the same?
Yeah, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Honorable Eve Obara is very right. The pension scheme that we have is not a defined contributory scheme. It's a defined benefit scheme. Your benefit is defined. It is worked at the number of months you have served in this parliament, divided by 300 months, which actually is determined as the maximum, and then multiplied by your basic salary in the last 12 months, and the formula goes on. You multiply by 3.75. If you come to my office, I can give you the full details. But then, Madam Speaker, I think where confusion is arising is that after that defined benefit, our actuaries worked on how do you sustain this scheme, and came up with a contribution that a member must put in every month. So that contribution, we, as members of parliament, we contribute 12.6%, but that does not make it a defined contribution scheme. That just makes it a contribution to sustain the defined benefit scheme. I hope it is a bit now
so
clear.
So in a nutshell, it's defined benefits. Honorable member. There is an intervention that was information from Honorable Leader of Minority to Honorable Obara. Honorable Millie Odhiambo, member for Suba North. You are on point, or you also to continue informing?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You are on point of order?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm very happy that in this house we have different skills. Honorable Mbadi, who is speaking from a finance perspective, I will speak from a legal perspective. And when you are talking as a lawyer,
Honorable Millie Odhiambo, are you on point of order?
yes, I'm on a point. I'm on a point of order, but I have to give a background to my point of order.
Oh, I thought you wanted to inform further, Honorable Obara.
Yes, it's part of the informing, but as a point of order. Madam Speaker, because Honorable Mbadi, Honorable Mbadi is
Honorable
trying...
Millie Odhiambo, please be specific. What is out of order? What is your point of order? Or are you in point
Yes,
of
my point of order
Yes.
is that Honorable Mbadi, who is seeking to inform us, has actually not informed us. So I need him to be clear. And I'm giving this as a background. And the background is that when you say that you have a system that is contributory and at the same time fixed, and as a lawyer, that is actually a mongrel. So what we need for purposes of us documenting this, we need to be very clear, even in its information, what system we have. Because the system we have is a
allow me
mongrel.
save you now. Honorable Millie Odhiambo, allow me save you. I know you're a senior member in the House. Or you, it's a point of information, or you are further informing. Or Honorable, the Leader of Minority is misinforming. No, Honorable Macom. Honorable Millie, then now I intervene, as I intervene, Honorable Millie is seeking your clarification, Honorable Leader of Minority. For you to satisfy our clarification. However, it is on notice that you are informing
Madam Speaker.
Honorable Obara.
Madam Speaker, I hope this is going to be the last one. I understand the dilemma of Millie. Let me just clarify it simply this way. Even defined benefit schemes, what happens usually is you define what a member is supposed to get, then you work backwards on how much should be contributed towards that defined benefit scheme. So defined benefit schemes does not imply that members cannot contribute.
Very well.
Members can contribute, members may not contribute, depending on the kind of the scheme. But the defined, Madam Speaker, let me just finish this, please. But defined contributory scheme is where you define what a member is supposed to contribute, and based on that, now you work on how much that would generate to be given as pension.
Very well.
So you are starting from contribution to benefit. The other one, you work from benefit backwards.
Thank you,
I
Leader
hope
of
it
Minority.
makes
You
some
already did
sense.
your contribution. Please, you are just informing the Honorable Member for Bara. I'm sure you've heard Honorable Millie, but Honorable Millie, knowing the procedure of the oath, she still have a chance to say and either inform another member. So with that information to Honorable Bara, I give back now, and the House also is informed, I give back to Honorable Macau with 1.5
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yesterday I had a chance to watch Senate proceedings. And Madam Speaker, this topic of points of order arose. There are many members who are intervening on points of order, yet they want to contribute. Madam Speaker, this is a house of rules and regulations. If a member is rising on a point of order, they must state it as it is in the standing order. Don't just allow someone to say point of order and is not setting or she is not setting.
Honorable
Madam Speaker,
now you have 1 minute.
Madam Speaker,
You have 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, obviously, when I was contributing, when a member is contributing and so many points of order which are not even pointed at him.
The Honorable Macau, you cannot be
Thank
the
you,
speaker.
Madam
You are
Speaker.
actually out of order yourself. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, okay.
It is important, Madam Speaker, for members, as we were supporting this bill, as I said, we should fear being poor. Madam Speaker, we must invest. And we must pursue that line of SRC that they pay us as per the Gazette notice that was issued by SRC. We should not forget that. For members, you and me, who are affected by, by such. Madam Speaker, again, let me let me remind members, it is true, it is very unfortunate that as we contribute, we fear what Kenyans will say. This is our own contribution, it is our own welfare, and I think we should put it the way it is, we should speak it the way it is, and we have all seen how former members of parliament are suffering out there. Madam Speaker, even as we speak now, the medical scheme of this parliament, it is so meager, 300,000 per family, Madam Speaker. Outpatient is so minimal. So we should even also insist on our medical scheme being improved so that with this COVID, Madam Speaker, diseases are imminent and we need to be medically covered.
Very well. All the members, allow me make this communication that every other member seeking to stand on a point order, please, I will direct that you should be able to tell the House and state which point of order as far as your standing order is concerned. Order Macau, we have point of information. There are different orders. Years to go with your own standing orders. Otherwise, you'll be ruled out of order. And so I give this opportunity to the member for Tinderet, Honorable Kibi Wat Meli. Nothing is out of. Yes.
Thank you.
No, wait. Order. The member standing. It is the floor belongs to the member for Kideret.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think.
Yes. Now that is already on record, that is the member on the floor. Let me hear what is your point of order, member for Wajir North.
Madam Speaker, I rise on standing order 9.5. Madam Speaker, going by the mood of the House. Madam Speaker, going by the mood of the House, every member is supporting this issue, regardless of the language they used to support. So far, I have not seen any member opposed to this position. Madam Speaker, will I be in order to ask the Speaker, to ask the mover to be called?
Order members, order, and Honorable Meli, you, as far as the procedures are concerned, if another member is supposed to resume your seat.
I think it is within my rights to rise. Yeah.
The member for Wajir North is quite in order procedurally, but the Speaker can only put the question for the House to take the matter. And so I do put the question that is pursuant to standing order number 95 as expressed well by the Honorable Member for the debate to be put into a closure. I put the question, will as many as of these opinions say aye? Aye. And as many as our contrary opinions say nay? Nay. The nays have it. So we carry on. Honorable Ameli.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support this bill, and I want to say that, honourable members, I think today this House has done a lot of justice to former members and the current members, especially in the two bills that we dealt with in the morning. Honourable members, if I just want to say this, Madam Speaker, that the bill that, especially the parliamentary pension bill that is before this House, is doing a lot of justice, especially on members' retirement benefits. As members have just put it, the bill that we discussed in the morning discussed mainly on issues that affected former members. It is in this House that, even within the presence of this building, in this parliament, we've seen retired members who are actually working or living in a life of hand to mouth. Many of them cannot even afford medical bills. They cannot even afford their own basic needs, like rent, fare, and many others. So today, I think this House will go down, the 12th Parliament will go down, as having been considerate, especially of the former members who served in the 80s, 90s, and up to very recently. On this other bill, Madam Speaker and members, the Pensions Committee, I think, has done a good job. However, there is only need to have this bill be very clear. It should be very clear, especially on the two terms that I've seen the Honorable Leader of Minority and the other legal experts in this House trying to actually come out with a very clear pension scheme that is either contributory and one that is going to be earned as a result of the organization paying, that is the Kenya National Assembly. But if you look at the two bills, this bill is very important because after every member leaves this House, and it is common to all Kenyans, that every member of parliament is also a social security individual. He is a moving social security individual. Wherever he is supposed to pay for funeral expenses, he is supposed to pay for medical bills, he is supposed to do all manner of social security in the society. Such that at the end of his term, either 5, 10, or 15 years, that particular individual has not invested anything for himself. So without this kind of bill, most of us will retire paupers. It will be very difficult for a number of us here today in the next 10, 15 years to pay for their own bills. They cannot even afford the medical bills that they are supposed to have because as of now, I think Honorable Mbadi had just put it very clear, from 50s to 60s, a number of us are getting old. And by that, you need to have a very good medical scheme. And I just want to ask the Pensions Committee to relook at this issue of retired medical scheme for members of parliament. I'm saying so because currently we have a very good medical scheme. But immediately your term is over, the only place a member of parliament can afford is the county referral hospital, a county dispensary. So we need to really look at this because he is a man or a woman who has served with dignity in this House. He has passed a number of laws. He has actually held position of responsibility for some time. And therefore, like other countries in the world, he needs to have a very good medical scheme. So therefore, Madam Speaker and members, I propose that the Pensions Committee will look at it so that we have a very good medical scheme for these members. And at the same time, the issue of even the retired councillors, if you look at in our municipalities and even in our villages, many of them cannot even afford food and fees for their children. This is time for us to look into that. I support, and I ask the members to also support. Thank you.
Very well. Now let's get the member for Arienda, Dr. Atieno Amolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, having now come...
Sorry, it's not Atieno, Otieno Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Yes, it's
I
Otiende
understand
Amolo.
Atieno is a lady.
Well, we use them interchangeably.
Okay.
But for this, for purposes of record...
Otiende Amolo, Senior Counsel.
Yes, that is so much. Madam Speaker, I have now combed through this bill, and it's a unique day because we've had to consider 3 bills on pensions, 2 in the morning, and I suspect most of us were not there given the rotational nature of Parliament, and 1 in the afternoon. Madam Speaker, having considered this bill, I stand to support it. First of all, it should be understood that one of the things that this bill seeks to cure is an illegality. I think until this bill becomes law, any member of the Senate who gets any benefits under the Parliamentary Pensions Act would be benefiting from an illegality because that act only refers to members of the National Assembly. To the extent that this bill changes the words National Assembly to Member of Parliament, it therefore enables members of the Senate who've served for 2 terms and beyond to benefit lawfully. Secondly, and I've agonized about this for some time, is it possible that we will be accused of breaching Article 116, Sub-Article 3 of the Constitution to confer a benefit to ourselves? I think this is something that we must make very clear. As I understand this bill, it merely seeks to give an election. As a member of Parliament, serving for one term, you are entitled to a gratuity. The same gratuity that you are entitled to if you serve in offices like the Ombudsman, in which I served. At the end of the 6 years, you get a gratuity. But this bill seeks to give you the opportunity to make an election between a one-off gratuity and a delayed pension spread over time. To that extent, not only is it not necessarily a financial burden, it is not a benefit, it is a conversion. And it is very important that we get the terminology right. Speaking to what the leader of minority was talking about, whether it's a defined benefit scheme or a defined contributory scheme, I would urge that we adopt the word defined contributory scheme. Because if you adopt the word defined benefit scheme, you already fall into the trap of saying you are conferring a benefit on yourselves. That is not something we need to go into. Let us be clear that we are making this an election. Instead of the one-off gratuity, we are spreading it into a pension. And for that reason, it is not anything that would contradict Article 116. Madam Speaker, under Article 116, it is a direct pecuniary interest that we are barred from conferring on ourselves. And if we do, then it can only take effect after the next election. Where it's a conversion, where you are voluntarily determining that instead of getting a gratuity, let us spread it over to a pension, it does not offend Article 116. Is it an issue of conflict of interest? Of course not, because first of all, we are covering former members of parliament who are not here to speak for themselves. Secondly, we are covering senators who are not in the National Assembly. But lastly, it's a matter of necessity, because only parliament can make law. As long as you are dealing with any law on gratuity on pension, we can't take it to the cabinet to pass it. We can't take it to anyone else. We must make it here ourselves. Indeed, Madam Speaker, I think that this bill also seeks to cure an abnormality, a discriminatory abnormality, that if you have served as a member of parliament for 2 terms and beyond, then you are entitled to a pension. I believe it's 300,000 or something. But if you serve for 1 term, you are not entitled to any such thing. It does not make sense. I believe that it is okay if you serve for 1 term to be entitled to a pension pro rata. If you've served for 2 terms and more, you get more, that is fine. But if you serve for only 1 term, get what is due to you pro rata. There's nothing illegal about that. It is all very rational. In closing, 2 issues though. I think the mover will have to look into 2 things. One is the question of transition. From when does this take effect? Does it mean that if it becomes law, then all of us make that election now as if we had made it at the beginning of our term? Or does it take effect in 2022? Secondly, in Section 9, that seeks to amend Section 8(1)(b), it is Section 8(1)(b) that talks of 2 terms. But in this bill, this motion, they only seek to delete Section 9A and not Section 8(1)(a) and not Section 8(1)(b). If you don't delete Section 8(1)(b), then you are speaking in vain. Thank you.
The member for Kiamba, Koinange Paul, Honorable.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really want to congratulate Mwadime for the bill. And I know there's a lot of courage to do that, because I know there are very many people out there who are really opposed, especially the media, both mainstream and social media. Madam Speaker, I have only a few things to say, and one of them, Madam Speaker, as I support this bill, it is actually to note that even in other countries like the US and the UK and Canada, they have a similar program for their parliamentarians. So this is good, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, something which I think you need to guide us, it is worth noting that there are currently 3 amendment bills under consideration in the National Assembly, basically addressing more or less that same subject matter. They include this bill by the Honorable Andrew Mwadime, MP, namely the Parliamentary Pension
Amendment Bill number 3, and also National Bill number 57 of 2019, the second one by Honorable John Bundy, MP, namely the Parliamentary Pension Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 45 of 2019, and finally the one by Honorable Wangari Waneki, MP, namely the Parliamentary Pension Amendment Bill number 2, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 56 of 2019. Madam Speaker, I would like to request you to give direction possible to consolidate these 3 bills, to harmonize them, and I think many members have mentioned the same, and you can guide us on that. So if it is possible to consolidate these 3 bills, so harmonize them, and we can come up with a better bill than split 3 bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. This is a house of debates, and I'm sure the members are here, and in the event such event can always be communicated officially through the Speaker's office. But for now, we have the bills as they are in the order paper, as we may be debating. The member for, yes, the Nikals Wambura, the member for Seme constituency.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I arise to support this bill. Madam Speaker, what this bill does is really to amend the parliamentary pension scheme so that it's aligned with the Constitution, and 2, it is also aligned with the requirement of the Salary Review Commission that actually provided that members of parliament get gratuity, even if they work for they are in parliament for just 1 term. Mr. Speaker, the further benefits that accrue actually do recognize the special social circumstances of members of parliament. The working conditions of members of parliament are actually unique. And even in labor laws, there are what are called compensable factors. So if your working circumstances are such that you actually spend a lot arising from your own income, that is a compensable factor. If you actually have responsibility, which takes your time, takes your resources, which you'd otherwise use for yourself, that compensable factor should be compensated for. And I think this bill does that. And it does basically 3 things, about 4 things, Madam Speaker. 1, it allows payment to the first-time members of parliament and provides that this they can take either in gratuity or they can take it as pension. And I think Honorable Tiende actually delineated that and the virtue of the need to describe it as just getting our gratuity and deciding to take it as a pension, to remove the issue of conferring benefits to ourselves, and therefore perhaps dictate that this is implemented much later. Madam Speaker, this bill also recognizes that the National Assembly, the Parliament consists of the National Assembly and Senate, and therefore harmonizes that has been a problem. And I think that's extremely important. Madam Speaker, if you go to some clauses as clause 16, there are a lot of bureaucracy that it has removed from the Mother Act. For example, if you look at clause 16, amending clause 21, and clause 21 was saying that before any payment was made, there was need for the Auditor General to approve. Now, that is a huge bureaucratic problem, and I think the removal of that will make things much easier. You also realize that, I think in clause 22, I think the clause 17 or 18, which is amending the other one, the 22, which also was saying that if there is to be actual studies to assess the viability of this, that request needs to come from the president. I can't understand why that was necessary. It removes it from that, and now it goes to the Parliamentary Service Commission. And that's actually what it should be. Madam Speaker, it also amends the tribunal, the composition of the tribunal, so that members of Parliament or the Parliamentary Service Commission are actually included. To that extent, Madam Speaker, I find that this is a bill that has been well thought out, taking care of a real big need of members of Parliament, whether they're still, when they retire, so that they live a decent life. Madam Speaker, it also provides that widows of members of Parliament can actually receive payment, and widowers, I accept the correction, can also be paid. It also defines, as the Constitution dictates, that a child is somebody above the age of 18 years. Now, Madam Speaker, but the bigger issue that the country should look at is actually social security. The issue of members of Parliament is just heightened by our condition and the work we do. But all members of the society need to be looked at, and that is why the social security policy in this country should be implemented far beyond the cash transfers that we are giving and thinking that is a big thing. And health is an important factor that has not been included here in terms of health.
Very well. Now we can have the Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona, member for Suba North, to make an official contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I do support, and I'd want to say that as Honorable Tiende was looking at it with a toothpick, unfortunately, I'm not able to because I forgot my glasses, but I will do so for purposes of ensuring that I've not left anything out, because it's something that concerns us. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, I just want to respond to something that the Honorable Chair, is it of Transport, I can't remember, has raised about 3 different bills that have come before the House. If they have if the content is very similar, then I would suggest that the committee where Honorable TJ Kajwang sits, where you are complaining that you don't have a lot of work, you have actually a lot of work, one of which is to amend the standing order so that we can have co-sponsorship of bills, because that has become a challenge. Let us have co-sponsorship of bills, then we will not have this. Madam Speaker, other than that, I want to just say that the work of the Member of Parliament is work in the public service, and being a work in the public service, it is not supposed to enrich us, Madam Speaker. But nonetheless, it is also not supposed to make us paupers. It's just supposed to be work that enables you get by, and when you retire, you are not supposed to be a pauper begging people on the streets. And having said that, what I would want to encourage other members is, in quote, using this Kiswahili word, tenda wema, nenda zako. It does not matter what you do, people will always complain. Madam Speaker, even as we are speaking now, there is one area in my constituency that was complaining that I have not built the school. So I decided I am bringing 4 classrooms at once. Now, what is their complaint? Why are the materials put in the middle of the school? People will always complain, and if it is not that, they will ask, why is there a toilet or non-toilet? So you do your work as a member of Parliament, but be guided by certain principles which I see in this bill, despite not having my eyes. One of the principles that I see why I'm supporting is, 1, the issue of constitutionality. I know Honorable Tiende has raised the issue of Article 1168, which says that we cannot confer direct pecuniary interest until the next elections. So indeed, if we can translate this to mean that there's direct pecuniary interest that is going to be conferred to us, then we must find wording that cannot confer direct pecuniary interest now. But the primary word here is direct. So we will have to actually say whether there's direct pecuniary interest. If there is no direct, then it can be passed and be effective now. Madam Speaker, there's also the issue of equality, if you are talking about principles. And in the principle of equality, National Assembly cannot benefit while Senate is left out. We are all members of Parliament. So we are basically following the principle of equality in the Constitution. The issue of non-discrimination, that I've heard a lot of Kenyans always complain when you talk about anything to do with the remuneration of members of Parliament, there's a lot of complaint, yet when you look at officers in the executive that rank pari passu with us, they actually earn much better. Madam Speaker, if you look at what, I don't know what the title, but the ones that are assistant ministers, actually earning better than us. Yet in reality, if you look at the order, and I was actually one of the people who came up with the Constitution, they are not supposed to rank at the same level with us. But they actually earn more, they are given more because of that position. Yet we are the ones who work directly with the public. Madam Speaker, that is why I'm never apologetic, because at the end of the day, I know whatever I get in Parliament and outside goes direct to Suba North. So I have no apologies, Madam Speaker, because my time is almost up. The other issue I want to talk about is that I'm happy on the issue of harmonization with the Children Act, which provides that now it's 18 years, and also includes children of up to 25. Inclusion, Madam Speaker, we need to include former councillors. As I was coming here, Councillor Odio, who is the chair of councillors of Homa Bay, was asking me, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that we have added widows, widowers, and we have removed the issue that was discriminating against unmarried girls. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support.
You support very well for the legal minds. Thank you. Honorable Kajwang, you are top on my list, but because you had worked out for consultation a few minutes ago, you came. But allow me first, as you said, to give it to the member for Kitutu Masaba, Shadrach Mose. Is in the house? Then, yes, you are the next on the request.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity also to add my voice to this very important bill. And from the onset, I want to say that I support. Madam Speaker, when we talk about the aspect of pension, and particularly to members of Parliament, is a thorny issue that out there would...
Let me cut you short a bit. There are members, including the Honorable Kajwang, who wanted to speak to the PIC. It is important that I announce that I have 10 requests, but it's a mix of members who want some to speak to PIC, others want to speak to this. So I think our members should be patient. We'll get time to speak to this. Very well, carry on.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about this, it arouses a lot of concern out there, and members of the public, members that we serve, would always view or look at us very negatively. And particularly today, Madam Speaker, which is very unique, that the whole day, since morning and this afternoon, we have actually had a chance to discuss about this. And we have many other stakeholders who are also affected that would want to see and hear what we are commenting about this. But I am delighted, Madam Speaker, that first, this bill seeks to align itself with the Constitution. And indeed, it has taken us too long before we have actually had, brought this into action. And there are salient issues that arise, Madam Speaker. And I'm impressed that if you look at Section 2, subsection 2 of this bill, which states that the provision of this act shall apply to any person who is a member of Parliament on or at any time after the commencement of this act. Then 2 of it says, Section 3A and 7 of this act shall apply to a person who is on or after 28 March 2013 was a member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, that actually tells us that our members of Parliament who have
left the House after 28 March 2013, together with the bill that we discussed in the morning, which was very specific, would be beneficiaries after we pass this bill. That therefore means, Madam Speaker, if you have had a chance, I'm sure all of us have had a chance to interact with former members of parliament. And when you meet them out there, you actually will not want to believe that they were the role models that many of us admired, even when they had their contribution and participation in legislating for this country. They did a splendid job. But when you meet them, the manner in which they dress, the fact that they are unable to meet their medical bills, the fact that some of them are unable to live a reasonable life, the fact that some of them are not even able to pay rent, they are not even able to get sustenance, actually commends that we actually move with speed and ensure that we pass this bill, so that we are able to give at least back to those role models that we so much admired, to ensure that they also lead a reasonable life. There is also, Madam Speaker, the aspect of the medical bill or medical cover for retired members of parliament. That is something that we also need as we legislate and, at the stage of the committee of the whole house, make serious amendments. There's also one thing that I really wanted to agree with the Honorable Karuma, and I would urge him to seriously bring that amendment, that pension, as we are speaking in this one, should actually be distinguished from what we call gratuity. Because, Madam Speaker, if you look at the gratuity that we want to confuse, is something that is earned by civil servants, by members of the judiciary out there. But we, as members of parliament, are actually disentitled. And we need to come out very clearly, divine it, ensure that as a member of parliament, you earn that gratuity, and then we deal with the pension the way it is. I can see my time is up, but I see my colleagues like Honorable Teacher. We need to invest seriously in this act so that other beneficiaries, like the councillors, like other civil servants who have retired and are not benefiting, becomes beneficiaries in this legislation. With that, Madam Speaker, I support.
You support very well. Then let me have the member for North Hall, the Honorable Nganya Chachu. Nganya Chachu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting this bill, and I really want to thank Honorable Mwadime and the members of the Parliamentary Pension Committee for a very good work. This morning we had another bill, again trying to support the former members of Parliament, those who have served in this House before us, and now we are also trying to ensure that the current members and future members also be entitled to their right, because I do strongly believe pension for those who have provided service in public service is a right, not a privilege. Madam Speaker, and we should not be afraid of making the laws. We are parliamentarians, and we are the lawmakers in this country. All we are trying to do by amending this act is basically to align it to the 2010 Constitution. And that's our mandate, it's our job, and we should do it. And it's unfortunate that it took us 10 years to do this, while we have done for all other acts that have been aligned to the Constitution today. Madam Speaker, I really want to commend the Honorable Mbadi this morning for moving for the bill that we passed, because it's only now going for the assent of the President, and I really hope the President will assent to it, and these former members of Parliament, those who have served in that period where they're entitled to a pension, but they're getting very minor, very small amount in terms of pension, will be able to get something decent to support them for the rest of their life. Madam Speaker, I strongly do support this bill in the sense that the members of Parliament who are fortunate to only serve in this House for only one term should be entitled to pension. Madam Speaker, even in the neighboring country of Uganda, in the US Congress, in the UK, members of parliament, even if they serve for like 2 terms in the US, because their term is 2 terms in the Congress, are entitled to a pension. And it should be done on pro rata, depending on the years of service that you have served. If you are lucky enough to have served, like the former president, Honorable Mwai Kibaki, for 50 years, you should be entitled to for that period. If you have served for 5 years, likely so. And if you have served for even 15 years, like me and others here, should be the same. And I really do hope that the committee will actually come with that amendment. That amendment to enable first-time members of parliament to benefit is not in this bill as it is now. And I really hope members of Honorable Mwadime is here and the members of the committee will ensure that that amendment should come, and the members of parliament who are in their first term are majority here. Please stand up for yourself, we'll support you and ensure that we pass that. And if it takes for us to override the veto of the president by 2/3, we should stand up to the occasion and do what's right for ourselves and for the future members of this House. It's upon us to defend the dignity of this House now and in the future. Madam Speaker, the issue of a medical scheme, Honorable Speaker, the issue of the medical scheme for former members of parliament, I think is something genuine, and we should look into ways that we are going to do it in a very modest way, not to make it too expensive, but I think is right, and this scheme should enable the former members of parliament to be able to access adequate medical care in their sunset years. Madam Speaker, also the clause whereby our spouses, widow or widower, are going to be supported in future, I think it's a good clause. It's really important that they get that benefit because even in other sectors, in the public service, even in the corporate world, they are entitled to those benefits when one of the spouses passes on. Madam Speaker, as I wind up, I really want to support the members of the...
Honorable Chachu, be careful.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm well guided. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I really want the committee members to take a keen look at this bill and ensure that all the necessary amendments are done and we do what's right for this House, for now and for posterity. I support.
What is your point of order, Honorable Kwenya Duku? And you are seated in a pretty unusual place.
Yes, you know, from the date of 8th of March 2018, when the hardship came, we now mingle freely. We sit anywhere and we are happy. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order number 95. Reading the mood of the House, we still have a lot of business to transact. And you know, we are only sitting once a week. I request that, Mr. Speaker, that you, the mover be called upon to reply.
Honorable Kwenya, the truth of the matter, you cannot read the mood. It is only the Speaker who can read the mood. And the Speaker, to read the mood, is guided by the members. Yeah. And because Honorable Kwenya has raised it, yes, I am obligated to actually confirm the mood of the House, that actually the mover of this particular item be called upon to reply. So, honorable members, I'll put that question. Order, honorable, is that Honorable Shinari? Yes. Honorable members, I'll put the question that the mover be called upon to reply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. Clearly the nays have it. Shall we have Honorable Oudo Ojiabo?
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. We are a house of debate and we must be allowed to debate the bills before us without any intentions of shortcutting any shortchanging or shortcutting anybody. I stand here, Honorable Speaker, to support the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill number 3 of 2019, sponsored and presented in this House by Honorable Mwadime. I must take this opportunity to thank him for having spared the time to actually come up with these amendments. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by making two important statements in respect of this matter. Honorable Speaker, first of all, Article 41 of the Constitution of Kenya requires that each member, each person, should be accorded fair labor practices. While it's granted that members of parliament offer public service, but since the Constitution is explicitly clear that a member of parliament can only hold the position of member of parliament, cannot be allowed to engage in any other gainful employment, then the provisions of Article 41 should prevail in this respect. Honorable Speaker, eventually, after working, you will have to retire. You will have to stop working at one time or another, either by retirement or by being dismissed as a worker, or by ultimate or untimely death, where you leave spouses or those people you supported. So this is the genesis of this particular amendment. Honorable Speaker, those who have spoken before me have made strenuous efforts to draw a distinction between defined benefits scheme and defined contribution scheme. And I think one of my colleagues has raised a question that in passing this bill, will be conferring direct benefits to us, contrary to the provisions of the law or not. Technically speaking, here we have a scheme that more or less marries the two. They add contributions that are clearly defined in terms of percentage, but most importantly, there are benefits clearly defined in the Act. So I would request the committee to really look at it very clearly and decide or probably come up with a terminology that prevents or safeguards the interests of this House and the purpose of this bill. Honorable Speaker, again, the issue of gratuity and pension. The line must be drawn very clear. While the Act seems to provide for a choice or a decision to be made by an individual, but where I stand and from what I understand, gratuity and pension are two separate issues. They should not be confused. Typically, if you work, your employer on Christmas Day can decide to give you a gift. That gift should not be deducted to any benefits that you will get for having served this, your employer. We want the public, the government of Kenya, Parliamentary Service Commission, to treat us the same way. So obviously then, we need to be very clear that these decisions to elect to either to go for gratuity or pension is going to cause a lot of confusion and might actually deny members of this House benefits that are due to them. The third issue that seems to be the issue here is what happens to first-timers, those who don't make it. Honorable Speaker, if you look at Clause 6 of the bill, it attempts to define reckonable service. Yet when you go to Clause 8 of the bill, seems to jumble up matters which will require addressing and for purpose of clarity. Honorable Speaker, I know my time is up, but as I conclude, we must also look at the MCS. We must also look at the former councillors. They served in public service. They are suffering outside there. With those few remarks, I beg to support.
Shall we now have Honorable Noor Sophia?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance to add my voice to this very, very important bill. From onset, I want to support the bill, and And I want to say that what we are doing is a common practice in the Commonwealth countries, Mr. Speaker. And I have interacted with many Commonwealth parliamentarians and listened to them, and I shared some of our experience as a country, what our former members of parliament are going through. And the information they shared with me was that what we were doing what our country was doing to former members of parliament was not just, and it was not giving a good image as a country, Mr. Speaker. We know what our former parliamentarians are going through. We know, and it's a fact. And as I was listening today to many of honorable members contributing, they have all alluded to the fact that there is a problem that is affecting our former members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are the developed countries where we have welfare system, and everybody who is less fortunate member of the society are covered under the welfare systems, Mr. Speaker. As a country, we do not have that welfare systems that can address issues that affect former members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy that the pension committee have realized the importance of addressing a crucial problem that is affecting our founders, people who have founded, people who have struggled, people who have given themselves, who have given this country a lot of their time, a lot of their sacrifice, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are countries that senior citizens are given a lot of respect, Mr. Speaker. They are awarded, they're given tokens, they're given welfare, they're given medical cover, Mr. Speaker. But in our country, our senior citizens, people who have even fought for independence of this country, we know who have died because they could not afford Panadol, Mr. Speaker. And because of this, I think we'll get, this will cover a wider area of representation, Mr. Speaker, and that we look into all other people who have not benefited in terms of pension in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, medical systems in our country is very, very expensive. And we have seen people have auctioned their houses, their lands, their farms, and their animals. And today, they're destitute because of, caring of their loved ones who have gone through and been treated, Mr. Speaker. And because of that, we will ask the committee, when they're looking into the bill, they should consider and think critically about the medical covers of former members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one other important thing that this bill is treating, which I feel it is important, is that issue of equality, issues of addressing, and that when the bill is looking at, when the law was looking at the National Assembly, this bill is coming to treat Parliament. And when we say Parliament, now we will cover our colleagues in the Senate. And that gives, legality whereby you do not leave a whole group of Kenyans who are serving and who are doing. And of late, for the last 2 weeks, they have been doing great to this country in trying to discuss the revenue allocation and the formula, Mr. Speaker. So we need to really, when we are doing our legislation should be a broad-based legislation that can cover the future, in that it will be addressing problems that will be facing in the future, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, your space is gone. And before I give to Honorable Hassan Marim, just to be sure, Honorable Jessica, you want to speak to this on the next one? Yeah, Honorable Jessica, Speaker.
Very well, thank you. I want to speak to both, but for this one, Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity just to add my voice and say that I do support the bill that has been moved by the Honorable Mwadime. Honorable Speaker, in my mind, serving the second term, I know and I've seen the life after Parliament by former members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in my mind, I have one Mr. Mboko, Mr. Speaker, he really served the people of Kibwezi. It was the former Kibwezi at large. And Mr. Speaker, I look how he served the people with a lot of passion. Mr. Speaker, looking at the former councillors, Mr. Speaker, the likes of Charlo Light, the likes of Councillor Kasiku, the likes of, that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying as much as I am looking ahead on the bill that is of Public Investment Committee, that is a report, I wanted just to put my voice that I do support the bill. Mr. Speaker, let us not leave the senators, and most of the members have spoken to the proposed amendments that they would wish to come up with. Let us not forget about our medical cover after we leave this house. I want to assure the members, those who are here and outside, that this is a house that you come, you create a lot of enmity, it's a house of fight, that always, sometimes only 70% will make to come back to this house. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that, in fact, that is the 11th and 12th Parliament, we have very young politicians who are 35, the youth, and it is important to consider them even when they get to the 45, unlike before when members of Parliament used to come to retire in Parliament. And that's why we have a great brains in this house. Issues of gratuity and pension, I'm sure, through the chair and the mover, that most of the amendments, possible amendments, has been captured. That given the work that is ahead of us on the Pubs Invest Committee, I just wanted to say that I do support.
You want to speak to this or then? Please say something, but why is your chair saying you say something small?
Yes, because, I will take 5 minutes. He knows how brief I can get when I put my mind to it. You see, I've saved the house so that every member have had something to say about pensions. Just because, immediately you finish your elections, you are a farmer. This is what everybody must know. The same moment you have been voted in, you must consider yourselves as farmer. So if you are in this house, and you think that there is a problem or that there is some guilt around which you are unable to say that we should have pension, you are in the wrong forum. We are in the business of politics. And the business politics means some people will win, some people will lose. So the probability of loss is actually 90% for everybody, not just for first-timers, for everybody in this house. Because that attrition rate is worked by democracy that we have. You see, Mr. Speaker, my father is a retired teacher. He has a lot of problems with me that I joined politics. A lot of problems that I left a thriving legal practice for politics. Why? Because he has looked around, and there is hardly any evidence, any person that he can say this, that he can see that after they left Parliament, they had anything, including people in my hometown who are ministers. I had a minister for health. He perished the other time he was burying his spouse in deplorable conditions. I have the former members who are now deceased. Okukundiege. I have Tomboya. These are people that have done more than anybody in this house will do in the combined time. But you look at the life after their demise. My father is right that he cannot see any evidence why I should leave a thriving legal practice to come and put my time here. So if I have the opportunity and I have the floor and I have the power to make the law, I will make that law so that people who come after me will know that practice of politics is something which is you are giving to the society, but also you're not getting poor.
The only thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, which I have found confounding in this discussion, why should people mix gratuity and pension? Those are different things. I'm waiting to hear from Mwadime, as well as I've heard from other people. Because in law, at least from my background understanding in law, gratuity is a contractual term. It is out of contract. And pension is a social service. Those two things are different. If you have an employment, and then you say, at the end of this, you'll get a gratuity of so many %, or that you'll get this or that, that is your term of service. But pension, you get because it's a social benefit, because you have worked for the people. And the people must also repay, not repay you, but take cognizance of the public service you have given. It is a social benefit. So these two things, I heard the leader of majority say that if you take gratuity, then you should consider foregoing. I don't see where that confusion is. In fact, it is that confusion that has faced the PSC. People who are first-timers in the other house, the other parliament, have been lining up here, looking for their gratuity. And I see no reason why they should not be paid. And then you see PSC saying that, oh, we are waiting for a word from SRC. Why should they wait a word from SRC? This is gratuity. It is in the contract. It is known. Once I have served even one term, I get my gratuity, I go home. Even today, I'm entitled to. Except, of course, when I go to the next term. Then that gratuity is commuted because it will be compounded from total, it will be calculated for 2 terms rather than 1 term. But my pension, I save for it, and the government also saves for me. I don't see why there should be this confusion. Mr. Speaker, sir, we must make it very clear that gratuity is a contract term which we are entitled to. Pension is a social benefit which I'm working towards, and the government also is giving me something in recognition of the public service. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, and I support this bill.
I had mentioned Honorable Hassan Marim. Oh, you want to speak to the next one? That's fine. Shall we have Honorable Savura?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like the spirit of this bill, that it seeks to align the pension under the new constitution, and it seeks to cure the deficit that has been there between National Assembly and the Senate. The Senate was being left out. But Mr. Speaker, as I contribute, I wish to ask members that they are treading on a dangerous ground by putting the annex between this good bill with the poverty facing some of the members of parliament who are here. You are abusing the public direct. Let's put this bill direct. It's curing the constitutionality that was missing. Don't discuss issues of poverty in relation to this bill. You are creating a war between this House, the Senate, and members of the public. Members of the public are listening to you. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to create an environment where social and health aspects are really catered for in institutions that will even cater for members of parliament. If you're a member of parliament and you have retired, or you have lost an election, you are a member of the public. Why should you be treated special? You are a member of the public. And 3/4 of us, we don't retire from politics. We are defeated. 3/4 of members of parliament here go to an election to contest to win the election, but the mood there becomes different. That's why you see members of parliament losing their seat. We need to have structures where we don't need to impoverish members of parliament. One is funeral contribution. A member of parliament becomes a mobile bank in the village. Why can't we have a benevolent fund created by the government to sort out that mess? Why can't we have a fund? As fund, it's not a theory. Mr. Speaker, we are talking of things that can be implemented. We are a growing economy. We are not going backwards, but addressing the poverty that our former MPs are facing. By coming to parliament here is a matter of public service. You're not looking for an employment, my brothers. It's public service. You can either serve for free or get benefit from that. But what we are trying to do is to cure the unconstitutionality. That is what we should be debating about, not the poverty facing our fellow members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are here on a contract of 5 years. We go back to an election and we come for another contract of 5 years. We are okay with that. If we are given benefits equivalent to a cabinet secretary, you will serve effectively your constituency, but through the structures I've talked about, benevolent and health scheme for your people and your family and yourselves. But let's not take us special. 30 million Kenyans live below poverty lines, my brothers. When you are debating this, let's be sensitive about those people, because this thing will come and haunt us in future. Let's stick to the matter of the Constitution. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The pensions building, because they want to be paid their money. But Mr. Speaker, it has been very difficult for them to get that money, simply because there is no clarity between pension and the gratuity. And I remember even when the SRC, which was done by Sarah Serem, then deducted the salaries for members of parliament. The reason she gave was that members serve on 5 years, 5 years package. And therefore, if you serve 5 years and then the salary is reduced, it is you either to take it or not to contest the election. But then if we're in contract for 5 years, she could not explain why then members of parliament are not paying their gratuity, because anyone on contract for 5 years also, or 6 years, like it happens, shouldn't be paying the gratuity. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a bill, I think, as the Honorable Mwandime put it, there shouldn't be good amendments so that all these issues can be arranged properly. The issue of the first-term members of parliament and their majority in this House, Mr. Speaker, this is the time that also they should take a chance, take this opportunity, because, Mr. Speaker, we don't know what will happen in 2022. Maybe majority will come back, majority might not come back. So this is the high time to really also try to make sure that they put this order in place. Mr. Speaker, as we do this, we should not forget the members of county assemblies who are also elected leaders. We have also filed cases of former councillors. Even if you go to the villages, Mr. Speaker, these people are really suffering. And they have been following up their money since, I think, almost 10 years ago. And up to date, they have not been able to get this money. It is unfortunate Honorable Savula has left, because we should not live in a utopia world. Because, Mr. Speaker, it is very difficult for a developing country like Kenya to have health for all, and education, free education for all our children and the dependents. So, Mr. Speaker, since that is not possible, and the members of parliament are not many, it is good to have their pensions well streamlined, so that even if you serve, because we are serving Kenyans, we are not here because we don't have anything else to do, Mr. Speaker. We are here to serve, and also when these honorable members serve, they should also retire honorably and also serve. You know, even after retirement, the many cans that we receive for Harambes and hospital bills will continue following us. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we take care of these honorable members through this bill, amendment bill. And I hope Honorable Mwandime has taken a lot of notes so that he can really also streamline this bill to cater for the interest of the issues raised by the members. With those few remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I just want to remind you that the House resolution on July 28th that such an agenda will have 2.5 hours. This agenda was started, this item started at 3:42. If you calculate that 2.5 hours, they should end at 6:12. And we must allocate time for the mover to reply. In that case, the other members wanted to speak to this. Unfortunately, you will not have that space. Luckily, there are just a few. Quite a number are actually waiting for the next item. So, in the circumstances, we have the mover replying. Honorable Mwadime.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank members who have contributed to this bill, but members take note that it's for all of us. Therefore, each individual, if he feels he has an amendment, please, you can go ahead before whole House meets. Otherwise, I beg to reply. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Honorable Mwadime. We shall be putting the question on that. Next order. Order number 12.
Order number 12, motion, audited financial statements for state corporations.
Honorable Chairperson, Public Investments Committee.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza nachukua fursa kuweza kuishukuru afisi ya Spika, karani mkuu wa bunge, wanakamati wenzangu 18, wafanyakazi tofauti walioko katika kamati yetu na wabunge wote kwa jumla hii leo ambao wataweza kuipitisha ripoti hii ya peji 600. Nina imani ya kwa tangu tulipoweza kuileta hii report na kuweza kuipeleka katika bunge, wajumbe wameweza kuisoma. Na Bwana Spika, hii leo itakuwa ni jambo la muhimu. Naongea kama Mkenya mmoja ambaye alichaguliwa na maelfu ya wanamvita. Naongea kwa niaba ya wenzangu 18 ambao wamechaguliwa na wenzao katika maeneo yao, na bunge hili likiweza kupitisha ripoti hii, nina imani Bwana Spika ya kwa sauti ya Kenya itakuwa imeweza kuwika. Bwana Spika, kamati imeweza kufanya kazi yake na naiomba kwa unyenyekevu sekta zote za serikali, kwa sababu ndani ya ripoti hii tumeweza kuzungumza na kuweza kutaja watu ambao ni lazima EACC iweze kuwafungulia mashtaka. Tumeweza kutaja watu ambao hawastahili kuweza kukaa katika zile nyadhifa ambazo kwamba wapo katika mashirika tofauti tofauti ya kiserikali. Tumezungumza hapa na kutaja ya kwa mashirika yaweze kuchunguzwa baadhi yao, yakiwemo watu ambao wanafaa kwenda mbele ya mahakama, na tumeweza kutoa amri kwa DCI waweze kuhakikisha ya kuwa wale wameweza kupora mali ya umma waweze kwenda mbele ya mahakama wakaweze kujitetea huko, kwa sababu Kenya tunaoitaka sisi ni Kenya ile ambayo kwamba itakuwa haina hali yote ya ufisadi. Lakini Bwana Spika, hii report pia vile vile imeweza kuweka wazi ya kuwa licha ya kuwa kila mjumbe anatoka kutoka chama tofauti tofauti, mimi kama mwenyekiti wao nikiwa ni wa chama cha ODM, Orange Democratic Movement, hakuna hata siku moja hata mmoja wetu hapa alipigiwa na kinara wa chama chake na kuambiwa ya kuwa lazima
I know you know, but just to remind you that please remember that you have 10 minutes.
Nafahamu Bwana Spika.
In moving, I know you know, just to remind you.
Asante sana Bwana Spika.
I can tell you can remember, but just to remind you.
Bila shaka kama mbunge mkongwe Bwana Spika, nilikuwa naweza kusema tu ya kuwa kamati iliweza kuendeshwa bila ya msuko wowote wa kisiasa, na nataka tu kuweza kuzungumza kwa uchache kwa sababu nataka wenzangu waweze kuzungumza na tuweze kuikamilisha ili iwe sheria hii leo tukiweza kumaliza iwe sheria. Mashirika ambayo tumeweza kuyaweka katika ripoti hii ya 23 ni mashirika 48. Bwana Spika, mengi ambayo kwamba yaliyoko, na nawasihi National Land Commission ambayo iliyowekwa katika katiba kuhakikisha ya kuwa mambo ya ardhi yaweze kutetuliwa kisawasawa, waweze kutoa title deed kwa haya mashirika ya kiserikali, hususan yale ambayo kwamba yameweza kunyakwa na kuweza kuchukuliwa na mabepari. Ardhi lazima iregee ili iweze kuwafaa Wakenya wote. Bwana Spika, pia kuna mashirika wao kwa wao wengine walikuwa wanateta bila kuweza kuelewana, wanadaiana. Tumeweza kutoa amri ya kwa badili ya watu kuweza kupelekana kotini, badili ya watu kuweza kujaribu kulumbana, ni lazima Head of Public Service ambaye kwamba ni mkuu wao awaeke chini, aweze kujaribu kulitatua hili jambo bila ya kupoteza fedha kwa mawakili na bila kupoteza muda ambao kwamba ni jambo ambalo kwamba lina wahuzunisha Wakenya wingi. Bwana Spika, jambo la ununuzaji, procurement, hii ripoti na wasihi wenzangu wakubali kuipitisha ili wale walioweza kufanya ufisadi ndani yake, walioweza kufanya ufisadi wa aina yoyote ya mambo ya procurement katika mashirika haya 48 waweze kuchukuliwa hatua za kisheria, ili hii Kenya iweze kujua ya kwa bunge lina meno ya kuweza kuuma, limeuma na halitoweza kuacha swala la vita dhidi ya haya mambo ambayo kwamba yaliyoko ya corruption. Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kuna mambo mengine tumeweza kuyakataa na wenzangu watakubaliana na mimi. Siwezi kuletewa ripoti kisha baadaye ukiangalia ile ripoti unaambiwa ya kuwa mashirika fulani kama Kenya Power, Kengen, Kera yenye kuhusika na mabarabara, kura, unaambiwa ya kuwa kwa muda wa miaka 6-7 hawajaweza kukosa hata jambo lolote moja. Na huku tukisoma katika vyombo vya habari, tukiangalia na tukisoma magazeti, unaona wazi ya kwa ufisadi umeweza kustiri ndani ya mashirika haya. Kwa hivyo tumetoa amri kama ripoti iliyoweza kupita, na tunasema katika ripoti hii yale mashirika ambao tunayashuku tumeweza kupata fununu zozote, ni lazima tuweze kupata internal audit zao, tuweze kupata ripoti ile ambao kwamba yenye kuhusika na management response na management letters, ili baada ya hapo Bwana Spika tuweze kutoa uamuzi kama kamati ya kwa kweli vyombo vya habari vimezua ama kulikuwa na ukweli fulani katika masala yale. Nikimalizia Bwana Spika, kuna jambo lingine ambalo kwamba mashirika yanaweza kucheza. Hili jambo la riba, interest. Unapeana contract kwa mtu, unaamua kutoweza kumlipa ule mtu kwa muda unaofaa. Ndani ya hii ripoti kuna wale ambao tunawaambia ikiwa watu watadai riba kwa njia yoyote, ni lazima board of directors na wale management waweze kupelekwa mbele na kuweza kusema ni kwa nini wanalipa riba. Bwana Spika, ukisoma hii ripoti, mabilioni, sio mamilioni, mabilioni ya pesa ambao kwamba yangeweza kulipa madeni ya nchi hii yanalipwa kwa mkontrakta kwa sababu ya riba. Kisa na sababu, kuna mmoja anaamua ya kuwa hataki kuweza kulipa ili ile riba ikiweza kuongezwa watu waweze kula rushwa, Bwana Spika. Na Bwana Spika, mwishowe tumeweza kulizungumza hili katika ripoti iliyopita 22 na rais akaweza kulikubali, na tunamsihi tena yale mashirika ambayo board of directors pamoja na wale managing directors, ikiwa kuna wowote ambao hawajaweza kupatiwa nafasi zile muafaka, waweze kuwa appointed, ili tusiweze kuwa na watu walioko katika mamlaka na hawajui hatima yao iko vipi. Na nina imani Bwana Spika ya kwa wale walioko hapa wataweza kuliunga mkono jambo hili na wataiunga ripoti hii. Asante sana Bwana Spika. Namuomba ndugu yangu naibu mwenyekiti Abdisalan aweze kunikubalia katika jambo hili.
Honorable Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the adoption of this 23rd report of the Public Investment Committee on the audited financial statement of 48 state corporations today. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, understanding Order 206, this committee is mandated to examine the reports and accounts of public investment, examine reports, if any, of the Auditor General on the public investment, and examine in the context of autonomy and efficiency, public investment where affairs of public investments have been managed in accordance with sound financial or business principles and prudent commercial practices. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank members of the committee because we had 90 sittings to examine the accounts of these 48 state corporations, and with a lot of dedication, the committee managed to make this a wonderful report, devoid of any misinterpretation. Mr. Speaker, I want to go straight to the issues, the general issues that is cross-cutting across a number of state corporations as raised by the chair. And one of it is the aspect of ownership of property, land, and equipment. Mr. Speaker, this was also contained in the 21st report that was presented to this House, and also the 22nd report that was presented to this House, and now again contained in the 23rd report presented to this House. A number of state corporations, Mr. Speaker, have no any ownership proof of land or property, and they have no title deeds. Mr. Speaker, a good example is Kenya Wildlife Service. It has 222 pieces of land, and only 48 pieces of that land have parcels of land have title deeds. Southern Kenya University is another one, Kenha is another one, KA is another one, National House Corporation, KPC, name them. To date, Mr. Speaker, a number of state corporations have no proof to show that they are that this piece of land or property belongs to them. It is interesting that once the piece of land does not belong to you, you are not in a position to undertake any kind of development in a given piece of land. That notwithstanding, a number of court cases, which is also consuming a lot of money of these state corporations. Mr. Speaker, recommendations have been made last time that accounting officers of these state corporations must move fast and ensure that they liaise with the relevant government agencies to get this land. National Land Commission has been very slow on this issue, Mr. Speaker, and it is our hope that the relevant accounting officers will liaise with them to ensure that they get the relevant document. We recommended that the Cabinet Secretary for Land, Housing, and Urban Development and the chairperson of National Land Commission should put caveat on all parcels of state corporations. I mean all parcels of land for state corporations in caveat, such that we don't lose. Mr. Speaker, this was also contained in our previous recommendation. You will find that there is gap in terms of implementation. We have requested last time that the judiciary should also consider giving priority in ensuring that there is a speedy conclusion of these cases. That has not been implemented, and that's repeated in the same report. Mr. Speaker, there is the aspect of procurement and management of contracts. You will find that a number of state corporations have undertook procurement process irregularly, contrary to provisions of the Public Procurement and Assets Disposal Act. Mr. Speaker, there is the aspect of delay in appointment of accounting officers. There is the aspect of financial performance and sustainability of state corporations. There is delay in availing documents to the Auditor General, of course, contrary to Section 62 of the Public Audit Act 2015. Mr. Speaker, there is the aspect of unqualified opinion. You find that the state corporation is given unqualified opinion. The internal audit is showing that there are a lot of issues. Mr. Speaker, a good example is the Kenya Power Lighting. And we had a meeting with the Auditor General yesterday to exhaustively discuss on these matters. There is the aspect of implementation of committee's recommendation. We are repeating the same things now and then, very slow. Last time we recommended that.
No, it's no, you can't have one extra minute, just a few seconds to finalize that thought.
I conclude, Mr. Speaker, and of course, there are a lot of issues, but I second. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, I propose a question, which is that this House adopts the 23rd report of the Public Investments Committee on its consideration of the Auditor General's reports on financial statements of state corporations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, July 2nd, 2020. Honorable TJ Kajong will get a chance, but certainly after Honorable Didi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the chance. And I rise to give my comments in regards to this report by PIC. First of all, is to commend the chair and the members for coming up with such a robust report. Around 600 pages, Mr. Speaker, is quite a great deal. And I'm saying that because I have sat in PAC before, and we do much more the same kind of job. And I know the kind of dedication that one needs to put into the work. Mr. Speaker, audit is part of budget-making process. It is actually the process that comes at the tail end. After we allocate money in this House to various departments, and of course now the departments allocate money to various corporations, sagas, parastatos. Mr. Speaker, we now have again to do the same work at the tail end in terms of audit and checking how the money that we expended and the money that we give to these departments and corporations have been spent. And therefore, it's very important. And Mr. Speaker, I have heard the chair, though he spoke in very deep Swahili, and I have heard the seconder. And I actually concur with them on many areas. Number one, Mr. Speaker, is that there is a lot of corruption in government. And I'm saying that because I've come across it firsthand. And Mr. Speaker, most of the corruption in this country actually does not happen directly in terms of departments. Because as you know, most of our money and the services that are offered by government nowadays are offered by corporations and are offered by almost autonomous bodies. And Mr. Speaker, it behoves all of us that we have to put a keen eye, and especially in these corporations. Part of the corruption that I would say, Mr. Speaker, that is there in these corporations is actually lethargy. Here in this House, I am sure almost all members have come across such kind of corporations, and especially when it comes to giving service to our people. And Mr. Speaker, because we are not in this House because of friendship, we are here to talk the truth. I want to register my disappointment on one of the corporations that is really letting these members down, and that is REREC. Mr. Speaker, we have a very good PS for energy, Engineer Joroge, but I want to say in this House that I am sure almost all members have disappointments from the former layer. Nowadays, we have projects going on in our constituencies, but hardly any is complete. When they have transformers, they don't have poles. When they have poles, they don't have conductors. They need to put their work more coherently so that they finish up few projects, but actually finish, but not have 100 of projects ongoing in our constituencies, and the service of such kind of utility only makes sense when a bulb is lit in a house, not when you have posts all over. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I want also to give my comment in regard to actually the whole issue of corporations. Chair can bear me witness that this country we have close to 260 corporations, Mr. Speaker. Some of them bleed cash. Very few of them make money. Actually, some in sectors that are highly profitable. Mr. Speaker, we have GOK-owned banks, majority-owned or stake-owned, which are making losses, Mr. Speaker, in a sector that is making money. We need to go back to Abdulkadir's report, do consolidation. We have fewer. We make management of those few ones more efficient, Mr. Speaker, so that that can make sense. And lastly, because I can see my time is over, the issue of land. Actually, I want to go against the chairman and the secretary in terms of land. I have come across very funny transactions, Mr. Speaker, where we have, for example, Kera buying land from a public university, Mr. Speaker. These kind of transactions to me do not make sense. When it comes to a government entity needing land for example, public use, we don't need to subject ourselves to transactions like we are selling land. We are only transferring. My take would be all government land, all government corporations land should be on one title.
Very well, Honorable Didi, point made, Honorable TJ Kajong. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Dini Nyoro and I are former members of PSC. Of course, you know that Honorable Dini Nyoro is a backbencher. But now I have been given the task to join the PIC to see if we can add value to it. I just want to make 2 points, Mr. Speaker. Number one, I want to appreciate the chair and the committee for coming very hard against people who have been cited for corruption and people who have not done what they are supposed to do in the various sector. You see, these gentlemen are from the minority side of the House. But you see, there is this thing called handshake, which has been touted for too long. People think that if there is handshake in corruption. That if there is a handshake, there is corruption. I mean, if you are a member of minority and you are in the handshake, then you should shy from your duty of Article 95 of oversight of organs. Now, you can see that members from the minority who are deeply in handshake have come out very clearly, and I have said things which are anti-government authorities, and that is how it should be. If there is something wrong, we will say it. We are here as Parliament under Article 95. Handshake is another matter which we do when we leave the chambers. And so I want to congratulate you, and I want to tell you that I'm joining you, and you will see a lot of energy. That something which is wrong, we will say it from both on the floor of the House, and we will also put it in the report, and we will make sure that it's implemented. Point number one. Number two, Mr. Speaker, legal disputes. Lawyers are making money with CEOs and legal departments out of disputes. They create disputes which are not there, arbitrations which are not there, so that people can make legal fees and CEOs can make money. I like what His Excellency, the President, said the other day. I thought I saw a circular in which he said that disputes between government and government should all be withdrawn and taken to arbitration. I will want to see corporations reviewing the dispute portfolio. So that, because you see, a very small matter goes to the Court of Appeal, a very small matter then goes to the Supreme Court, so something which started as just a few thousands becomes millions just because of legal fees and interests. And the time taken to pay a contractual dispute takes, say, 10 or so years. By the end of the day, when you pay it with interest, you are paying billions instead of the thousands. So, first of all, I think the Office of the Auditor General need to be strengthened to have a legal department as part of the audit that can look at the dispute portfolio of a given corporation and decide that, no, these cases should actually be resolved. And when it comes to us, then we recommend that they should be taken out of the checklist, because we are paying lots of money out of interest earned by collusion of these people. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, I think that way we will stop the hemorrhage in many corporations. And here we are not citing anybody. We have no evil intention. We come in good faith because we want to protect the Kenyan populace. And so that CEO who will find us coming hard on him as we have come, it is not because you can buy us or because we are coming against you with ill intentions. This is bona fide. It is all faith. And so we will expect that the recommendations we have made in this report is implemented, and we will follow through with the implementation committee that all these things are implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to support the report. Thank you.
48. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity also to make my contribution to this very important report. First, I start by thanking the committee for a job well done, and I think the chair of the committee, Honorable Abswamad, you are up to the task, and that confirms that you are ready to be the governor of Mombasa. I'll start by saying, Mr. Speaker, that when you read this report, which I've read, the entire report, it reads like what is wrong in this country. Issue of corruption, issue of land grabbing, issue of inefficiency, issue of wastages in our public organization. Mr. Speaker, is a sad state of affairs. And I want to say that action needs to be taken. This parliament issues reports, but clearly the people who are supposed to implement these reports are sleeping on their work. For example, the National Land Commission, if you read through the report, Mr. Speaker, you realize we have a serious problem with management and ownership of land belonging to state corporation. Most of the state corporations have lands which are not in their titles. For example, the KWS, they have up to 222 pieces of land. But out of that, only 45 have titles. What is happening? You look at Kenya National Highway Authority, same thing. Kenya Airport Authority, the same thing. Kenya National Housing Corporation, the same thing. Kenya Pipeline, and the list is long and long. And these issues have been coming in every peak report. So where is the National Land Commission to deal with these issues? And again, clearly you can see the leadership of this state corporation are also sleeping on their work. And clearly, this cannot be just inefficiency. This is inefficiency for the purpose of corruption, because the same people end up grabbing these pieces of land, Mr. Speaker. So I would like the issue of KWS, and most importantly, Kenya Airport Authority, where even money was given to fence the airport, and that money has not been accounted for. And the CEO, former CEO of this Kenya Airport Authority should be brought to book because millions of money were taken from this state corporation and no work was done. Mr. Speaker, we have also issues of delayed appointments of accounting officers and CEOs. Why would someone act as a CEO for 6 years? That is another problem. And you see, before, PIC had recommended that the maximum period for acting position should be 12 months. But most of these parastatals find people are acting forever. Something has to be done about it. Mr. Speaker, we also have issues of financial performance. And I picked an example of KWS. Deficit. They made a deficit of 680 million in 2016-2017. And to date, they have an accumulated deficit of 4.4 billion shillings. Mr. Speaker, clearly there is a problem. And that is why this report confirms that really government has no business doing business. They leave it to the private sector because all these state corporations don't make any business sense. They need to close up or they should be privatized. But most importantly, as I finish, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of implementation of the recommendation of parliamentary committees, particularly this. The issue of Mutiani House, Mr. Speaker, this particular project was 60% done. 10 years later, we are still talking about it. We are still looking for money to complete it. Something is wrong. Issues to do with DCI, EACC acting. They have not acted on most of this report. Mr. Speaker, something has to be done about this.
Very well. Good promise. Good promise, Honorable Sotsi. Let's have Honorable Geshimu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity, and I rise to support the report by PIC. Mr. Speaker, and their effort cannot be underestimated in having had come with such a long and report for 48 parastatals. It's not a mean achievement. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that also needs to be looked at when we are also looking at the audit reports for these state corporations is also their viability. In fact, we've seen so many state corporations which are now looking for the government to boost them for a restart because they've not been able to even pay their workers. They've not been able to do whatever they are supposed to be mandated by the acts which created them through this parliament. And such corporations include even Telecom and Posta. Teleposta, actually, it's only yesterday that we got a report from the Teleposta SACCO that Teleposta has not been able to pay their workers for the last 4 months. They've eaten into the members' SACCO savings. They've not been able to remit even deductions that have been made from the members, the employees themselves, which kind of, in my own interpretation, is a criminal element. And as a committee, in a different angle, we are also investigating that. Mr. Speaker, that begs the question whether we should have state corporations which are business kind of doing their work, because we've seen it's very hard for business to do, for government to do business in this country. And it is a high time such corporations needs to be identified and wound up. All the assets sold and government gets out of business completely and leaves it to the private investors. Mr. Speaker, I do support the argument and contribution by my colleague, Honorable Didi Nyoro, that we have state corporations like REA, which are making us also suffer like members of parliament, because they have numerous projects which have been left hanging. And actually, you find that contractors have been paid. Nothing has happened. Actually, everyone in the villages are asking us so many questions that we are not able to answer. These are some of the things that should also be followed, whether money that has been spent has really helped or has achieved whatever beneficiaries or has reached the beneficiary that were supposed to benefit. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up on my contribution, I must say that the state corporations should only be left those that safeguard the interests of the citizens, and those are exclusively advisors of government on very technical issues. And anything to deal with business should be left to private investors. Mr. Speaker, I thank the chair and the committee for the good work, and they keep up. Let them also venture into all the other parastatals and find out where instances of corruption should be brought to this house so that we can pass such reports and punish whoever is found culpable. Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I support.
Honorable Hassan Marim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I sit in the PIC committee, and I wish to state from the onset that it has not been easy coming up with this report of the 48 parastatals. Mr. Speaker, there are 5 or 7 common elements in all the 48 parastatals. Number one of them is issues of procurement. 95% of these corporations, Mr. Speaker, do not adhere to the Public Procurement and Disposal Act. They have no procurement plans. They haphazardly advertise for projects. They tender for projects while knowing very well that they may not have the financial capability to complete such projects. Mr. Speaker, it is very disturbing to see a project that has been awarded to a particular contractor. A year later, that project is varied over 300%. So the issue of variations of project is a common element that is in these parastatals. And to name a few, most of the road parastatals have this problem. The other problem is failure to adhere to the PFM Act, and it is disturbing that accounting officers take the PFM Act lightly. Mr. Speaker, many senior managers are in acting capacity, and this is by design, and I think the appointing authority must take it their responsibility to make sure that they appoint substantive CEOs, substantive senior managers to these parastatals. A case example is Kenya Pipeline, Mr. Speaker, where 95% of senior managers are in acting capacity for 5-6 years. This is so disturbing. The other area that is really too disturbing is that contractors are not paid on time. Projects are completed. It is by design that a contractor completes a project, he's not paid, he goes to court, the court awards damages in terms of interest of delayed payments, and you will see a contractor that has been paid over and above what he has tendered for in that particular project. Mr. Speaker, as I support, it's my prayer that the recommendations in this report is adopted and followed up by the implementation committee of this House so that it makes a baseline for future CEOs or current CEOs that it's not business as usual if, as a country, we are fighting corruption and we are fighting issues of wastage of public resources. This report should be an example to the people mentioned in this report and the agencies, because this committee's mandate was investigative. And this committee has done its best in terms of coming up with the real findings, the real problems in these corporations. I therefore wish to support and request further that this House takes this report and other reports, the PAC reports and other committee reports, to its final conclusion. Because committees like PIC, Mr. Speaker, is just investigative, is fact-finding. The fact-finding now has been tabled, and I request the honorable members to support it. And once it is adopted, I request the implementation committee to take over from there, because they are the prosecutors of these issues. I thank you and I beg to support.
Honorable Macau, member for Mavoko. So members, that member took leave after putting. Honorable Kamket, were you speaking to this or the next one? The next one, yes, Honorable Rono.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity to support this report.
Honorable Chepkut, if you wanted to speak, you haven't put your card, so I can't tell whether a member. I can tell you it is not on the screen. You may want somebody to help you on that one. Because unless you have put it in the screen and I'm able to see, I can't tell who is a member who wants to speak. Honorable Rono.
And maybe you need to remind my honorable friend and my neighbor that we have not been on this matter for 4 hours that he alleges to have put his card.
No, leave
Meanwhile,
Honorable Jepkut will get a chance. It is your chance now, Honorable Rono.
Meanwhile, Honorable Speaker, what has come out very clear here is that there are literally thieves in this country. These parastatals have been run down badly. And I want to support an honorable member who came up with the idea that we do not need these parastatals to be running business. Business be left with the private sector. Look at our sugar industries, for example. And the unfortunate thing also is that we put politics in these parastatals. When a parastatal wants to be uplifted and privatized, we politicize it for years and years. And I take an example of those sugar industries. We have been, the government has been wanting to privatize them, but we politicize. And in the process, our people suffer as a result. Honorable Speaker, we also want to point to the fact that some people, although are persecuted politically for being in the wrong party or maybe in the wrong state with the ruling party. We don't want to be using these forums to persecute the MDs. Let those who have done a good job be let to do a good job. Those who have done a bad job be dealt with accordingly. Also, Honorable Speaker, these reports, like the PIC report, and also I was privileged to have served in the Public Accounts Committee before we were thrown out for being members of Tanga team, is that we want these reports to be taken seriously.
Order, Honorable Rono. What is out of order, Honorable Ibrahim?
Speaker, is it in order for the member to insinuate issues of tanga or targeting of certain CEOs, where the findings of where the findings of a committee has been presented to this House. I think.
Order, yes. Well, the issue of CEO, Honorable Ibrahim is completely in order to argue the way he is arguing. But Honorable Rono, don't introduce strange entities like Tanga and all that. They are not known to the House.
Apparently, Honorable Speaker,
what happens outside the door.
I take your advice, Honorable Speaker.
You seem to know other things that happen outside the door. But we are here now.
But between you and me, Honorable Speaker, is well known. Is well known. Tanga and Kileweke is well known. And it's also well known that we have been thrown out for being members of that outfit. Meanwhile, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for this opportunity you have given me. What I want to mention is that PIC report, public accounts reports, should be taken seriously. What they mention, what they recommend, must be followed up and actually implemented. These are people who take time to write these reports. They take hours, they take a whole week, retreat. Making this report, Honorable Speaker, is not a joke. And yet it is rubbished away sometimes. It gathers dust in our offices. It's not fair. This House should come up with measures to see to it that these reports are implemented. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, is that we want these parastatals not to be selling to each other land. Those who are holding idle land must be put to use by those parastatals who actually are in need of land. We should not see.
Very well. Honorable Chepkut.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. On the onset, I stand to support big PAC and special funds have mandate to examine, investigate books of accounts of various institutions in this republic. Therefore, I stand to support by the following. One, sound management, prudent financial management is required in all institutions, particularly the state corporation. The 48 corporation that the son of a renowned and a proven former minister of this republic, Sharif Nasir, the son, like the father, like the son. So you are a great man as well. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want the following to be followed. I want PFM Act be followed and PADIA too. Procurement and Disposal Act must be followed fully. The issue of chief executive of various state corporations in the republic are competent human resource people. I require all of them to follow the procedures, processes, and rules. And I want them to be professionals. I've had a lot of complaints. Nevertheless, I want to say, Speaker, sir, that accountability is end of accounting is beginning of auditing. And auditing is only to examine books of accounts. Therefore, all we want at the end of the day, all we want is value for our money. Accountability is the basis of any meaningful achievement. According to Article 95 of our Constitution, roles of members of Parliament is as follows. 1, is oversight. 2 is legislation, representation, budget-making process. Those are our key roles. Therefore, we are entrusted with huge responsibilities, Speaker, sir, having been an advocate of High Court. We are here on serious issues to make laws that will protect and uphold. In the first speech of His Excellency the President, he said that we must at all times protect and uphold the supremacy of our constitutional institution and its constitutional independent bodies. Therefore, our role, pick chairman, and my chairman, Kithuri, chairman of special funds, and PAC, ours is only to examine books of accounts, whether the institutions in this republic are following laws and procurement and disposal act. That is all we require. But now, I want to humbly urge Auditor General to move with speed and examine all books of account in this republic. Land issues, I want His Excellency to issue an executive order that institutions that belong to this government, let Attorney General call all of them, harmonize all of them, and according to Article 157 of this of our Constitution, I like Nurdin Haji. He's a top-notch professional. I like EACC, and I like Kinoti and Inspector General. All of them are top-notch. Let's give them support. Parliament is very key to give them key support. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity.
Honorable members, it is 7 p.m. A number of members still wanted to speak to this. The good news is that this order will still find its way back to the floor of the House, so members will have further opportunities to speak to this very important item. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, 12th August 2020 at 10 a.m.